Craig, can you scooch to your left just a hair?
Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live from Studio B here in Naples, Florida. Shai is still in Studio A, so she's not with us today, but she's with us in spirit and she's with us in chat. Let me introduce the panel that we do have with us. Senior Market Strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Deli.
Are you're not used to getting introduced first, are you?
No, you totally threw me off. I usually think of something witty to say, but I'm at a total loss right now.
He was like, oh God, what do I do here? Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
So today, all about CPI. I mean, we're going to talk a lot about what happened yesterday because I thought yesterday was an interesting day. I put a tweet out at the end of the day. I said, this is why you have to use stops and have daily loss limits, because that was something to see. I confess I bought the dip in the Russell off that high, and I kind of got run over there. I don't often do day trades, but I'm like, oh man, I love the Russell here. And apparently the Russell didn't love me back, didn't get any love. Good morning, Chad. Hopefully you're all doing well. Take a quick look at the markets and then we'll get to the news and dive into a very busy day here. NASDAQ down 400, 28,700. And the NASI S&P off nearly 70. I think that 7,300 level is going to be big to watch today. Oil, it's up $1.50, 89.81, and again tries to take off with every ounce of oil that it can to get any momentum, and it just continues to struggle. So sub 90 this morning. Gold down 117. You know, we've been talking about that with this little bit of lift in rates, which this morning we're going to really get a look into what rates are really going to be about going forward, coming off the CPI print. But gold, as we've been kind of talking about, you know, sell the rally type market, bond market flat heading into CPI, not really a surprise. Copper off again too. I think copper is going to be really tied to what the NASDAQ does. We know the supply and demand story is there. Shai's been pounding the table on that for a while. Her and I are still long the ETF on copper. And I think as long as copper holds above $6, I think it will have a 7 handle. Well, we'll see. And then the dollar's a little bit strong against some currencies today. Nothing crazy. Pretty much flat. We all know that can change quickly on CPI. But before we get into all that, I was going to say Shai, then I was going to say Craig. You're not Shai. Craig, the news.
Yeah, look, I mean, you know, we've been talking about how this week was going to be catalyst driven, and we're kind of at the culmination of that right now with this morning's CPI print. I mean, last Friday we had, you know, the big liquidation day, and part of that was accelerated because of the non-farm payroll print, which came in better than expected and led to a pretty decent sell-off in the bond market. And we saw yields really move higher and kind of held there, right? And we've seen the long end push through, and 30-year yields above 5%, 5.016%, kind of hanging in there above 5%. And so yesterday, as you mentioned, kind of that intraday reversal in tech, and we'll talk a little more about it. But, you know, all eyes on CPI this morning. Market is expecting a 4.2% headline CPI reading and a 2.9% year-on-year core CPI reading. On the month-on-month, 0.5% for headline, 0.3% for core. What I'd say is the expectations are elevated, right? I mean, people are expecting a hot print. The administration has mentioned they expect firm inflation readings for this print and for the next print, and eventually better inflation readings, you know, in the back half of the year after the war is over. But The bond market has been noticing, and we've had plenty of supply as well. Not only the hyperscaler corporate supply, but the U.S. Treasury supply. Later today at 1 o'clock, we got a 10-year auction, and then tomorrow we have a 30-year auction. So a lot of bond supply, a lot of hyperscaler supply with the equity supply. A lot going on here, but yeah, you're right. This is a pretty big, important number, and we're throwing a lot at this tape, right? We've had the tech story, the geopolitical is back, the inflation is back. It kind of feels like we're throwing a lot of things at this market right now, and investors are starting to get a little bit skittish.
Yeah, I think that when you look at equity markets, they're teetering. When we go back to where we were a couple days ago on that big sell-off, and then you had a changing character. We had a 180 yesterday. The market had a really strong move higher right out of the gates, and then just really had a strong move lower and a strong move off the bottom. I mean, it's very volatile. Again, it's interesting, Jimmy, because we're so volatile in a bull market. I can't remember a time where we've had this much volatility on all-time highs.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's been crazy. And what we're seeing though, that volatility is finding a new direction, right? We're just used to up to the right, up to the right, up to the right at the end of the day. Well, guess what? Over the last 6 or 7 sessions, pretty much this month, the month of June, it's down to the right, down to the right. And when we couldn't get over that piercing line, Friday's piercing line, on Monday, I just had this eerie sense that, man, we have a lot more downside in the S&P as an example, and probably in the Nasdaq and the Russell. But right now, this is just a really, really heavy market right now, and there's some really lower keen downside targets that might surprise some people around 7,200 in the S&P as an example. That's where that anchored VWAP is. The equity markets are a little scary right now.
I agree, and shout out to a couple people in chat. First off, I have to give a shout out to, what was it? It was Smart Chuck. I got to scroll back there and see it. He said I look a lot younger in this. Listen, we all know who's going to get picked for swag next time around. Smart Chuck, good play, my brother, good play. And then we've got MEA 4418 who says, Deli, you don't think we needed this pullback? I'm not saying that we didn't need it. I'm just saying that we have a lot of volatility up here. And, again, it's the psychology of a market is interesting. I mean, the market, from what I really learned in the first bull market in the 90s versus the bull market I saw post 9/11 versus the bull market I saw post 2008, they were a lot more similar. This one's very different. This one is feast or famine, right? It's like grind up every day, and you just don't know when the shoe is going to drop, and then bang, it happens all at once. All the smart people on X tell you, I told you we were going to sell off. You just, you just whatever, call the high, and now we're going to break down. We're going all-time lows and whatever. It's just, the environment is so different than what I have seen in the past with bull markets, Craig. And what I thought really yesterday, where the change of character, there was a couple of things I thought that were different, but also, I think it was Vol Signals. I retweeted somebody and said, they also did this in positive gamma, Craig. That was something you don't see often. I mean, the options market we know plays, I think, the strongest role, the flows we talk about each and every day with you. Yesterday, we were in positive gamma, and that still happened. I mean, why do you think that was?
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Yesterday was an interesting reversal day. I think it's a reminder also that with respect to this positive gamma regime, like you have different regimes based on kind of the day, right? So the broad scope of the market is in positive gamma, but then when zero data expiry positioning gets put into place, it could change kind of the short-term dynamics. And so yesterday there were some big, options trades that kind of went on right at the open and kind of became magnets for the tape. And so you kind of got into a negative gamma regime for the 0 day. And so that was part of the reason why we can see some of that intraday reversal stuff. And then when you add to that, and I think what's really important is these leverage ETF flows are enormous. I mean, we're talking about AUM now that's approaching $300 billion. Most of that is in tech-related semis, Mag 7 and memory stocks, and it's 85% or so of it is that. Much of it now is double and triple levered, and so what you wind up having is massive rebalancing dynamics at the end of every trading day, which are then being front run, increasingly front run earlier in the day. The dealers are using options to help leverage and hedge those positions, and so we're just dealing with a different market dynamic that didn't exist back in prior, peaks of cycles, right? We have different players doing different things and different types of flows. And so that dynamic here, it makes it different. I think the big thing, though, as we've been talking about all week and last week as well, is now we have equity issuance, right? I mean, so you have the big companies now are call sellers. It makes it harder for the tape to break away to the upside when after any given strong day, one of these companies is going to come and issue equity. Last night after the close, SMCI, big semiconductor name, announces an equity deal, right? And so, we had Google last week. We have SpaceX later this week. Anthropic, OpenAI are coming. Rumors about Meta. Who knows who else is going to be next? And given the valuations and given how strong these stocks have been, every CEO and every boardroom should be thinking about raising equity at these prices. And so it kind of changes the dynamic. That's one flow that we didn't have to think about prior, but equity issuance now as an overhang is a big deal. It's like I mentioned yesterday, close to $300 billion of potential IPO proceeds. And that would be a record for any quarter ever.
Craig, that's such an important point. I mean, the market now has real sellers. I mean, that's the difference here, right? I mean, they've created sell side liquidity. And so now somebody in the chat put, tape bombs are gamma agnostic, but I don't know that we didn't really get a tape bomb yesterday. We didn't really get anything that came out news wise, did we, Craig?
No, it was a pretty quiet, news day. So it kind of just, wound up being some positioning. And I think, folks who were caught off guard on Friday, maybe saw the counter trend rally that we had on Monday, and then some of that strength Tuesday morning and said, maybe I need to take a little bit off the table. And then so you get a little bit of that fundamental seller, add in some of the zero data expiry stuff, and you get, then you have the leverage ETF rebalance flows, and you wind up having this 1 + 1 + 1 = 10 type dynamic where, we are moving with, increased velocity. And now keep an eye on kind of 7,400, 7,350, 7,400. We start to break down through those levels to the downside, we will rapidly become in a much more broadly negative gamma regime, which will exacerbate the movements in both directions.
Jimmy, let's talk metals. Gold just cannot hold a rally, man. It just the chart looks ugly. I've been saying it for a while. I said, if you want to look for a market to sell the rallies in gold. I don't like selling rallies in gold. It's not really my thing, but if you're a day trader, it's been a really good trade, and we're breaking down pretty good here.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not going to cover it in detail in the Edge report, but it is really, really ugly right now. We're way below the yearly open right now. Remember, the yearly open was 43.40. Now we're approaching the early March lows at 4100 even right now. There was a swing low there, and there could possibly be more downside, but we kind of broke out. We're way below that first lower standard deviation band in the yearly VWAP, and again, there's no shadow at the bottom of today's wick, and it's still moving down.
Yep. I know you're going to cover it more in the Edge report, but also just look at the metal space in general, Jimmy.
Yeah.
It's just so out of play, and it's interesting because we talk about like what is really in play, where are the dominant trends. Silver and gold and platinum continue to struggle this year. They were the hottest story last year. This year, copper has come back in play, tied to the AI trade. We've talked about that. Energy, which was really in play, it still is, and I know that Shai will continue to talk about how the supply-demand story in oil supports the bullish case. But again, oil is also kind of going down. It's not really. It's been in a downtrend since the highs. That's not Captain Obvious stuff. Of course, you're in a downtrend off of a high, but at the end of the day, it's not getting back up. It's not making higher highs or even really kind of attempting to. It just seems like this grindy downtrend. And I always worry about markets where you kind of have everything starting to go down right now. And what a year it would be if all of a sudden we just did kind of a 180. And I think that we're at this point, and I know we'll talk about it more this morning post CPI to see what it gives us. But what a year it would be to see what we saw earlier in the year and then what we saw recently. And then if we were to start to go back down, like you said, at VWAP and all that stuff. So, a year that started off slow has turned into a very, very busy year, and I think we'll continue to stay there. A couple of things before we get into this morning's Edge Report. Of course, we'll be covering CPI. Someone in chat said, it doesn't feel the same without Shy. Of course it doesn't. She balances us. You got three knuckleheads up here. Well, not Craig, me and Jimmy. They balance us on one side, me and Jimmy offset it on the other. A shout out to Nick for a Tick for winning. Again, dude, the guy is an animal in these competitions. My boy, Nick. And then second, Nick does futures. Nick does futures good. Nick's pretty good, man.
Nick and Nick were neck and neck the whole day.
Yeah, he's been storing that, man. He's been waiting to pull that out.
I got that from Kevin, full disclosure.
And Sarah Strat Sniper, my girl, coming in third. Really, it was awesome. Great to see the team. I know that these arena challenges are outside of the norm of what they do. It's a totally different kind of situation, but they're fun. People made money, and congrats to the traders out there that won some money through the Arena Cup. But we'll talk about that a little bit later today. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's finish the conversation we started with gold. I got a daily candle chart up on the screen, and you can see that VWAP white line way far north right now with the upper standard deviation band and the lower standard deviation band shadowed. And we were just tracking the bottom of that lower standard deviation band for days and days and days. We had a kind of a nice downward trend line that I was able to draw here, and then we just fell out of bed. I mean, we had support here for a long period of time around 44.77, and then boom, sellers kicked in to overdrive, taking out the yearly open at 43.40, and now we're approaching that May 3rd, 2026 level at 4,100. There's no shadow at the bottom. Let's take a look at that intraday chart right here. It's just real. This is the waterfall formation, folks. You know, here's the rapids, and then boom, we're falling right out of bed. There's not even any gamma levels or anything below here. I mean, the next target down again is at S3, and that's below the 4,100. That's at 40.53. So no major intraday targets anymore on the downside. On the upside, we already took out the put support. We already took out the S2. S1 kind of formed a little bit of a top here overnight, but that didn't hold. And 0DT put support would be probably a target on the upside. I don't know, maybe CPI is going to be great, and we'll get that 42.50. But that would be my target. Previous session's low is right above that at 42.59.9. So heavy volume profile is not the greatest right now, but we do have a nice kind of point of control at 41.91. We'll see if we get back to that level. Let's take a look at the mighty Russell here in honor of our special guest today. Catherine is with us again today. Here's a daily candle on the Russell 2000. It's structurally different than the E-mini S&P and the NASI for sure. Really nice, really strong top here at 29.42. I mean, we couldn't get through there, but it was a nice top. And so that's how I have my fib measure down here. And then I start all the way to the swing low that we saw back here on the 19th. Now we're kind of retraced back. Now here's the encouraging news. We retraced back. We tested that 61.8% retracement at 28.13. We couldn't close below it. Instead, we kind of had this crazy candle yesterday. Look at the wick. Look at the wicks on yesterday. Small body candle, symmetrical, huge wick on the bottom, huge wick on the top. That's reflecting market uncertainty, but buyers showed up a little bit. Now today, a little bit of a sell-off as well. But we do have a big shadow at the bottom of today's candle, which is encouraging, as Stowe would say. Let's take a look at the intraday chart here and focus on some levels, because we do have a lot of levels here. I did have the weekly open down here at 28.16.3. So we'll keep an eye on that weekly open. One day min's also a target down here at 28.20. And we tested Jacks too. We tapped it. 28.25. Buyers brought us all the way back up and beyond the point of control. This is an immature volume profile. It's going to get mature as the day goes on. Keep that in mind. The high vol level, this is kind of where gamma shifts for the day. High vol level and 0 DTE high vol level are exact same spot, 26.50. So and it was a little bit of a resistance up here earlier this morning. If we break on through there, then London IB high. We got the pivot up here at 28.62, and we have that 0 DTE call resistance level and 0 DTE gamma wall all the way up here at 28.75. So there, unlike the other markets, there's targets up and down here on the Russell, and you could kind of see where that little daily candle wick formed with all this upward pressure that we just saw right here. So this is acting a little bit unique today, and there should be some opportunities here. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Thanks, Jimmy. Let's do the daily lineup before we start talking CPI, because once we get into CPI, that is going to be it. So, following CPI, we will have Rick Rosenthal and Catherine Yoshimoto. We've got CBOE and FTSE Russell here with us. And then following that, we've got Kane and Leo for Trade the Open. So, it's going to be really a jam-packed day. Craig, preview of CPI.
Yeah, look, I think the markets are, recognizing that we've been in this rising inflationary regime, and the reaction or the response to higher energy prices is filtering through with a lag. And so we're talking about a headline CPI print that's going to have a 4 handle on it, and a core CPI print, which may have a 3 handle. Right now, markets are looking, or surveys are looking for 2.9%. And 0.3% month on month. So we'll see. I think if that number comes in 3% or higher, that's something that's going to scare the inflation folks and scare the bond market. We talked yesterday just about Kevin Warsh coming in, first meeting next week, and a hot inflation regime and the Fed moving in a more hawkish direction is something he's going to have to deal with. And so it'll be interesting to hear from him. But look, I don't want to overplay any one particular print. I mean, there's a lot of news going on today in the tape, and it's not necessarily that CPI is going to be the main determinant of everything that goes on today. But a hotter than expected print is going to make the bond market concerned. We're going to see kind of what we saw on Friday, I think, which is yields moving higher and some more of that cross-asset pressure on risk if that dynamic plays out. So, but in addition to that, we have all the dynamics we spoke about earlier with respect to the capex trade, the equity supply, the leverage ETFs, the geopolitical stuff. We didn't really even talk about it, but missiles are flying again. The president's been back and forth this morning talking about, likely doing more and pushing further in. That time has ran out on Iran for a deal. So headline risks all abound, but you're right. This is going to be it's going to be a number that people are dialed in on.
What number that would come out that you think would really shake up the tape? Because part of me feels like yesterday sucked so much of the anticipation out of the market that people got repositioned and tightened up coming into this number. A lot of times when I see big moves before big numbers, a lot of times today could be the where everyone's buying into the rally, selling into the break, into everything, and it's kind of gets chopped up because everyone's chasing the volatility that happened yesterday because they didn't catch it, or they're trying to press into a day like today and they just don't get that same type of follow through. So what number would really rattle the cages?
Yeah, look, I think if we had a much weaker than expected number, that might, that would be very unexpected here at this point, right? I mean, everyone's kind of been talking for a hot number, a 4% plus print. So if we got something that was really, really weak, let's say, that could be interesting. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be risk on, but given the flavor that we've seen, more likely than not, we'd see a bond market rally on that. And if we saw some of the heat taken off the bond market, that's probably going to provide some support for equity markets. On the flip side, look, I think if we saw, a 3.1 or higher number on core, which really is unexpected at this point, that's something that I think the Fed would really have to, address. And there'd be calls for, folks to thinking about, a rate hike, the next move, should be a rate hike. Forget this idea that the next move can be either or, that the next move should be a rate hike. And so anything above 3.1 on core, I think, is something that is likely to spook the bond market and then spook the equity market.
Jimmy, you talked about it in your Edge report. A lot of markets teetering. What are you going to be watching right on the onset?
On the onset, I got the bond market up right now, 30-year Treasury bonds right now. And they're inching toward the higher end of the overnight range right now, but nothing spectacular right now. We got a really kind of tight point of control around 111.23. It's trying to inch up here. So the last several 10-minute candles have been green, but I don't know. I think the anticipation already happened with the sell-off that we had in the 30-year over the last 4 or 5 days. But my eyes are on this, man. I'm gonna watch this first, and then we can pivot over to drill into the equity market. But this is going to tell us the real story. What this whole CPI print's telling us.
Keep up ZB, everybody. If ZB rallies, it could rally gold, it could rally S&P, NASDAQ, copper, everything.
Yeah.
I mean, ZB is the market to watch. And Craig, as it comes out, just jump all over us.
Yeah, 4.2, right in line, 2.9 for core. Core CPI month on month, 0.2% versus 0.3% expected. So that's a touch lighter on the month on month stuff. So, I mean, look, I think that, markets are reacting a little bit, favorably to that. You see the kind of the Russell there have a nice big bounce. S&Ps bounce hard on that. And the bond market rallies, yields come in, dollar takes a little bit of hit. So, a marginally dovish versus raised hawkish expectations seems like the initial reaction that I see.
Jimmy?
Yeah, I mean, a bond spiked up to HVL at 112, sold right back off, but I'm going to have my eye on that target later on today. So we'll see. It's bonds kind of want to go up, but right now they're a little bit hesitant. Even the S&P right now, let's pop that chart up really quickly here. Same kind of wick on the upside here, as you said, Deli, just kind of following along right now, but maybe a little bit of a bullish pop here for the equity markets, and we'll see if we can get back up to the London IB highs right now, right by that pivot 73.76.
Craig, initial thoughts out of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a coolish, not cold. Look, we're talking about 4.2% headline, close to 3% core. This is not really going to be something, and we'll have to look at the guts here a little bit, and we get PPI tomorrow, which will be important too. But anyone who is moving in a more hawkish direction because of inflation being above target and the labor market being fine, isn't going to change that narrative here based on this print. So this is not as bad as maybe people were worst fearing, but certainly nothing to get too excited about that inflation has been slayed. Certainly the opposite, right? 4.2% headline inflation is the number you're going to see, on the cover of the USA Today. It's what Americans are feeling at the pump. It's what Americans are feeling day to day. And so that that from a consumer confidence and psyche perspective, you're going to continue to have headwinds there. And so now that the data is behind us, we'll now push into the other things that are going on here, which is the flows, the leverage ETFs, the Trump tweets. The CapEx, who's next on the equity issuance. That'll be the story for the rest of the day.
Bond auctions today too, right, Craig?
1:00 bond auction is important. It's a 10-year auction. First one after this big move in yields over the course of the last few weeks, and after this CPI print. So that'll be a big tell to see supply demand there. And then tomorrow at 1:00 is 30 years.
Yeah, my initial thoughts when I see this are bonds are stuck here again. And Jimmy's talked about this 111.10 or 111.11 area forever with PAX, and we're still sitting above it. Bond market being flat, to me, tells me that the equity market has a chance for a rebound today because they did not accelerate lower. And, unless the bond market really starts getting a move later off this 10-year auction, it seems like it's going to be somewhat of a choppy day on the technicals. I mean, gold has caught a little bit of a bid from it. I think everyone was worried that the bond market was going to potentially accelerate a lot lower, on a print like this. Again, I go back to where I said earlier, when you have a day like yesterday where the markets moved so much, you suck a lot of that volatility out of a day like today. So you get a 4.2 and it comes out and everyone's like, okay, everyone's kind of repositioned because they were forced to yesterday. And now traders, I think, chase this tape. Again, I go back to it. Like the fact that the bond market did not break, I don't think that that's bearish for equities. And I think that you might see a lot of back and forth in equities today, but I don't know that this number won't be the trigger that takes us lower is what I see. Jimmy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. The bonds are kind of stable right now. Even the S&P is actually rallying right now pretty decently off its lows. We hit that Mentler Q one day min around 73.10 and driving up. The key, I think today's key is going to be that 0DT put support at 7,400. Are we going to get traction over that? Are we going to have candles closing above that? Or we're not going to make it there? That's going to be a key kind of level for me. It's not that far away, actually, either. The way these markets are ranging these days, in these 50-point increments, it's less than 50 points away. So my eye is on that 0DT put support today.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I mean, again, now that we're past the data, we go back to what we're watching through technicals, Now we're going to be watching what the options data is showing us. Craig, yesterday, we talked about this earlier. All of that happened in a positive gamma situation. Did we move in a negative gamma? Where are we right now?
Yeah, I would describe it kind of broadly as a neutral regime right now. But as we start to push through 7,400 on cash and let's say 7,350 on minis, you're starting to move more into a negative gamma regime here, which just means that dealers are going to be trading more in the direction of the tape. Now, as the day progresses today, we'll have massive zero data expiry positions that get put on throughout the course of the day, not only in individual and in indices, but also in the individual Mag 7 names, which trade now Monday, Wednesday, Friday options. And so, be a lot of options on the board today, but we can move more freely with velocity here as we start to push lower. And then you start to trigger some of those leverage ETF rebalance flows, CTA flows. Some of the scary stuff on the systematic stuff could start, developing if we start to cascade lower.
Jimmy, we're out of time, but final word for the traders going into the day today.
Yeah, be careful today. Micros are your friends. A lot of meat on the bone in the micros. This, in my mind, today's not a day to kind of max out on your leverage. Pick your spots. Make sure your stops are comfortable.
Yeah, especially in gold, man. That gold market is loose right now. Everybody work your stops. Be patient. Craig, Jimmy, thank you both so much.
All right, take care.
All right, everyone. Next up, we have Catherine Yoshimoto from FTSE Russell and my good friend Rick Rosenthal from CBOE to talk about the Russell Recon. Yesterday, we talked about it from the CME perspective. Today, we talk about it from the CBOE perspective. Let's bring him in. Catherine, Rick, how are you guys?
Doing well, thank you. Good morning.
Rick, how you doing, my friend?
It's been a while. A lot going on, Anthony.
Yeah, a lot going on. It's been a year since we were on air together. It's always great to see you. A lot to talk about today. Markets are moving a lot, and Russell Recon, we talked about this yesterday, Catherine. You're coming into a time where you have rollover and you have Russell Recon. You're on all-time highs, and the volatility is about as high as it is. And I'm sure we're going to talk about volatility with Rick. He's from SIPO. Of course, we're going to talk about that. But we don't need to kind of rehash everything that we've discussed on what Russell Recon is. You've been following these markets. You've been in these conversations with us. With the trillions benchmarked against these Russell indexes, talk to us about maybe something that we haven't discussed so far in Russell Recon and the importance of it right now.
Yes, absolutely. I think we touched on this previously, but the Russell reconstitution rebalance event, it tends to be a liquidity event. It is one of the busiest trading days of the year because of the assets tracking the Russell indexes. That being said, it is also an orderly rebalance event. Market participants are preparing for this event months in advance of even the rank date was April 30th. The announced date this year was May 22nd. Liquidity providers are already positioning, ready to provide liquidity and shares to the index funds, for example, that have to buy the shares, or sell shares, right? So there's a lot going on in the markets, and it really is a very diverse and busy ecosystem. That being said, our goal is to, make sure the reconstitution process goes smoothly going into June 26th. So FTSE Russell, especially for Russell US indexes, we are known to give a long lead time from the announced to the actual reconstitution date. So it is a vital part of the financial markets ecosystem. And then this year we will be going to twice a year, and hopefully that will bring even more stability to the process.
And what's interesting, Catherine, is there's been several years that where you and I have been on and we've talked about it, and literally there wouldn't even be a ripple in the market. It's almost like we know it's a big event, but it's almost a non-event when you look at the tape. This year, we're super busy. We are really busy right now in the markets. And again, we're going to talk with Rick right now about what the exchanges are seeing. Rick, yesterday we talked about the future side of it. Today we got to talk about options. Now, one thing about options is that Options, a lot of people talk about as hedges into maybe events like this, or just hedges in general. But that game has changed, Rick. A lot of people use options as directional moves now. What are you seeing on your side? Are people using options into this Russell reconstitution more as a hedge, or do you see a lot of directional plays as well?
Well, building upon what Catherine was saying about the ecosystem, with options, you have so many different ways of approaches to express a long or short view in the market or trade volatility. For example, with options on the Russell 2000, you have a choice between cash-settled index options or options on the ETF. SIBO has the exclusive rights for listing cash-settled index options on the Russell 2000, and we have two types of contracts. We have the most actively traded, the standard option, Russell 2000, ticker RUT, and then we have the mini Russell, NRUT. These are options that have daily expirations. So you have the ability to express a view going out several years, 5 years or less, or you can trade by the minute. You also have stock options. So within the Russell 2000, there's almost 2,000 constituents, and you have the ability to trade options on the individual names. So going into Russell Recon, we've had a robust year. We've seen average daily volume in the Russell 2000 about 83,000 contracts a day. So going into, let's say, April 30th, when Russell Recon began, we were about 82,000 average daily volume. Today, we're 83,000 average daily volume. If you're looking at 100 times the index, notional value is, let's say, roughly 24,000, 240,000. Average daily volume on a notional basis is roughly $23 billion a day. Add IWM options onto that, we're averaging about $65 billion a day. So using options, you can use Russell options for hedging. You can use it for expressing long or short view, but you can also use it for trading volatility. And so we've seen with the introduction of zero DTE a rise in the trading volume in the short-dated options, particularly amongst retail participants.
Yeah, Rick, you're very familiar with the zero DTE and the SPX, and we know how big of a product that's become. Never really thought I'd see the day where the 0 or 1 to 0 day options would supersede all of the other options volume and how much goes on there. But we don't really talk about that much on the Russell side. I know we talk about it on the SPX side. Are you seeing that now shift as well into more to the 1 day out, 2 day out, 0 day expirations for the Russell as well?
So let's compare zero DT activity, and the S&P 500 is roughly 60% of the daily volume, total volume. In the Russell 2000, it's growing. And since the Russell Recon began, it's actually gone up by a few percentage points. So most recently, the zero DT volume is about 30% of the total volume, which is a nice increase. And this is kind of an interesting point, and I might be jumping ahead of myself here. The Russell Recon is an interesting period of time because you have the potential for volatility, but FTSE Russell has done a fabulous job of managing the process. So as you pointed out in the years past, there hasn't been all that much volatility during this time period. However, we do see elevated volatility. And if you compare the implied volatility on the Russell 2000, and we use RVX as a way to express that, that's the VIX equivalent on the Russell 2000, it's measuring the 30-day expected volatility on the Russell 2000. It's right now roughly, let's say 27 versus the implied, that's the implied volatility versus the realized volatility, which is roughly 22. So you have a volatility risk premium of about 5 percentage points. And during this time period where volatility is somewhat elevated, there are opportunities on short-dated options to harvest that volatility. And we're seeing that happen with vertical spreads as well as iron condors. So we have a lot of zero DTE trading by market participants who are trying to harvest volatility.
So, Catherine, brings me back to you. How much of this do you think gets priced in anticipation versus right almost towards the end?
In terms of pricing in, I mentioned the liquidity providers are already preparing. So I think a lot of the pricing in has gone in. And again, with the long lead time from announced date on May 22nd and June 26th implementation, a lot of the pricing has been going into the markets, right? The preparation for the trades are already going on. The ETF issuers, for example, iShares, Vanguard, they're actually preparing, their trading desks are preparing for the event as well. Now, that being said, going into the close, it does tend to be a very busy time, again, because most trades occur at the occur at the close of Russell Recon. Although the positions are known, we're already in the lockdown period for Russell Recon. The membership changes are known. Basically index fund providers and even possibly active managers are preparing, waiting for that close moment. And that's really important because over the years, excuse me, FTSE Russell has worked with exchanges, for example, NASDAQ, over 20 years ago. The closing cross was invented or implemented by NASDAQ, closing at one single share price at the close of Russell Reconstitution. We really pioneered that, activity of the closing cross, and now it's industry standard. Other rebalances adopted it. So it's a very important part of, making sure there's stability in the markets going into reconstitution. And, as I mentioned, the pre-positioning, the announce, all of that, it's normalizing the prices. Now, that being said, there's a lot going on in the markets, right? We can't control the market activity itself, but the share changes are, the share prices are following, the changes that our index trackers know that how the prices are tracking. And then there's also going to be some events like yesterday we talked a little bit about the SpaceX IPO. That's a new fast entry that will be trading on Friday, right? So, after the close, Russell will announce, how it will be treated in the Russell U.S. indexes. It is a mega cap edition. We would only do a fast entry edition for anything above top 500, basically, in investable market cap. But that being said, Russell 2000 also has the quarterly IPO edition. So the prices for those companies that are going to be added into the indexes are known, and it brings long-term liquidity to these companies. So, it's a long-winded answer to, talk about just how much the ecosystem is supporting the index rebalance activities. There really should be no surprises at the end of that Russell Reconstitution on June 26th.
Yeah, everybody, we talked a lot about the SpaceX situation yesterday. You should go back and watch that on YouTube. We're not going to go over that today. We got to go back to Rick. Rick, we talk about the anticipation versus the final day of Russell Recon. Do the exchanges do anything different during this time? Is there any sort of additional preparation as this starts to unfold into the final days of Russell Recon?
The most important thing from an exchange perspective is to make sure that the markets function well. We want the market participants to feel confident that we have price transparency, we have liquidity, we have a robust mechanism for handling flows no matter what the volume is. We know that going into Russell Recon, the last day, there's going to be a huge spike in trading activity. We're prepared for the spike in volume. We're handling, tremendous volume on a day-to-day basis across the board. So we don't view this as really any different from a regular trading activity. We have a robust pool of risk capital coming from market makers on the floor as well as off floor. So we just want to make sure that the market participants are comfortable coming to our markets. We have a hybrid market, so whether you're trading one lots or 1,000 lots. We have the ability to provide liquidity electronically or in an open outcry fashion.
Yep. And look, every year we get together, this is going to be twice a year now, we're going to get together talking about Russell Recon. And what I love about our discussions is we're giving people insight into a market that I think is chipping away more through the retail traders to be more active. I mean, the Russell, we see it here in NinjaTrader Live. More and more traders are talking about trading it every day. Shout out to Selma. Selma's one of our live traders. She likes the Russell. She trades it a lot. And we see more and more traders here at Ninja constantly dipping their toe into Russell. And I think understanding how things work behind the scenes, thanks to you guys, has been instrumental in that growth. We've only got a little bit of time left, maybe 30 seconds each. We have to end with Catherine, so we'll start with you, Rick. Any final thoughts or anything you want to comment on heading into Russell Recon?
I just want to point out that the Russell is a different product than the large caps, and it has some interesting attributes. One is it has higher volatility. If you look at volatility on the Russell versus large caps, it's about 6 percentage points higher. So when you're looking at opportunities to harvest volatility, especially short duration, I think there's some interesting opportunities to trade, let's say, verticals or condors to harvest that volatility. This is independent of Russell Recon, but just emphasizing the point, Russell Recon, which has the potential to be somewhat disruptive because of the addition and deletion, it really isn't. We're also finding some of the institutional participants looking at dispersion trades. We didn't really focus on the single stock side that much, but we're seeing at least 9 constituents being added to the Russell 2000. And since Russell Recon began, the performance of these 9 constituents has been dramatically different in terms of maybe volatility as well as price. So on a year-to-date basis, we've seen the Russell up 15% versus the S&P only, let's say, 8%. But the individual names have quite different performances relative to the Russell 2000. So for those who may want to take a look at trading a basket or trading multiple constituents relative to the Russell 2000, it might be an interesting trade.
Final word to you, Catherine.
Rick made a great point about the dispersion. I would say that's actually attracting a lot of interest in the Russell 2000, especially since the middle of last year. So since the previous reconstitution, it's really the diversity of the companies and, the diversification opportunities that Russell 2000 provides. It's really gotten the attention, for example, in direct indexing, because it really gives opportunity for investors to look at different opportunities within the Russell 2000 index. One last thing I would point out that the Russell 2000 is a very domestic-focused index. It gets most of its revenues from within the United States compared to large caps. So that in itself has also been attracting interest that it could be potentially insulated from what's going on internationally. So especially with the Mag 7 concentration, market concentration, we saw that with the breakpoints going up between the large and small cap, as well as the smallest company in the Russell 2000. The small caps have benefited from the past environment as well. And, so it really, I think, has been drawing a lot more attention, but it also balances the large cap, the Russell 1000 counterpart.
Rick Rosenthal, CBOE, Catherine Yoshimoto from FTSE Russell. Thank you both very much for your time and taking us inside the Russell Reconstitution. Thank you both for joining us on NinjaTrader Live.
Thanks, Anthony.
All right. What a morning. CPI came out, 4.2. Markets are moving. Now it's time to move into the next segment with my boy Pharm. Let's get him in here. What's up, homie?
Good morning. How we doing?
Doing good. You like the new look? It's not a new look. It's a different look.
Yeah, you're looking good.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, we're talking about the Russell. I'm sure you're going to talk about it in your segment. Let's pull up your charts and see what you got.
Yeah, jump right in. I mean, I think the first thing that I want to say about yesterday is that, and we are actually live You already kept when the low came in. It was such an interesting situation. I think it's important because inventory was insanely stretched short yesterday. I mean, intraday, we hadn't even taken out the high of a prior 30, which by that time of the day is like, I mean, usually you at least do that and it's a trap and you keep going lower, but we had not even done that. And then you get the Trump tape bomb that it just sent positioning so insanely one-sided that it kind of had to rally. So it leaves me like, I don't want to say skeptical of yesterday's low because it looks like a good low that you might work against, but just a little bit more cautious that it may not be as strong as it looked yesterday. But I think CPI coming in kind of whatever. It at least gives bulls a shot to come in and prove that yesterday wasn't just a cover rally, right? So since we are a little bit short on time, I'll just click over to the 5. I guess some of the trades I'm looking at, I mean, we would expect to see two-way trading. I'm already going back to the 30. We'd expect to see two-way trading. And part of that is a function of, we can see that value on the week is gapping lower relative to the prior week. If you look further left, we dipped into this breakout week. But value so far for this week has not really gone a whole lot lower than this trailing 2 week. We have this 2 week balance. So to me, it's this 73.45 to 73.50 that's ultimately going to be the most important spot. And then we have a cluster of weekly lows right there. But I do expect two-way trading in the short term. If I were looking to be short, I was hoping for a pop up into this 74.06 to 74.15. We had a couple of sets of single prints on ES yesterday. And that's the spot that I had interest in. So we could come in, pop the overnight high, right, fail in that spot, and then come back in. You'd want to lose the overnight high again. And I take that back down, targeting the 73.45 to 73.50, and then potentially this overnight low. But generally, the expectation, again, if this wasn't just a cover rally off the lows yesterday, is that, buyers would be active when we get kind of down, around 7,300 and a little bit lower. And thus far overnight, they have been. So no real surprise. Obviously, we haven't traded a single minute of cash. So if they come in at cash and they just sell it straight through that overnight low and yesterday's low, then there's not a whole lot to say about that. ES did fill its RTH bull gap from, so long ago. NQ sort of held right in the middle of its. So I guess NQ was, from that perspective, structurally just a little bit stronger. The same idea on NQ in terms of like the weekly profile. So, it is, leaning bearish relative to last week for sure. But again, also, we're going to need to see time and volume, I would say below this 800 to 817. So 800 to 817 is sort of my key area. And again, we can do a little F around and find out on both sides of this. 800 to 817, but I do feel like it's ultimately what's going to be important. It caught Friday's after hours low, and it caught, the Sunday low. So I would keep an eye on that, and I'd be looking for pops to sell up around the 29.3s.
Yeah, when I look at this tape farm today, everyone was focused on CPI. And when you get a day like yesterday and you have a 180 move, you had, if you wanted to be long or short, you had opportunities on both sides. It was as busy as a day as I've seen in some time. It sucks the volatility out coming into a CPI number. Like, you forced everyone to get repositioned. I talked about this earlier with Jimmy and Craig. So where now you come in, everyone's looking for an outsized move today because we had one yesterday and you had CPI this morning. And it could be kind of a choppy day. The more I look at it, the bond market is unchanged. Gold market, again, can't. The gold market's, I think, going to zero. The way that it's trading, it's going sub 4,000, I think. I've been talking about it for a while. I want to wait for gold to kind of capitulate to buy it again. I don't like being short gold, but I think that gold is just, it doesn't look good. But equities, the fact that bond market is kind of stuck today heading into CPI, and you kind of have a little bit of a blow off type move yesterday in terms of volatility. Today, I expect to be probably a little bit tighter because everyone's going to over anticipate a move. Just in my experience, that's what I've seen. Again, you kind of churn now. You don't want to be buying into rallies, selling into breaks. You want to be on the edges more.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a day things can settle down a little bit. It does kind of look a little choppy and sloppy to me, so I would very much be expecting two-way trading. Generally dip spot, roughly towards yesterday's low. Maybe they try to keep it inside, right? It was a pretty big range yesterday, so some kind of an inside day to settle things down wouldn't surprise me. And so, you just have to adjust your trading approach for that. You're not necessarily holding runners for these huge moves in those situations. So to me, let's watch how the intraday profile sets up. If you get some big, beautiful D-shaped profile, you're looking to trade that both ways until or unless that goes, into some kind of a double distribution profile, either to the upside or to the downside. So that's kind of my lean as well. As we're probably buying dips and selling rips. We'll see.
Which tape looks cleaner to you, NASDAQ or S&P?
I feel like NASDAQ has been cleaner for a while, honestly. So I've been trading more NASDAQ.
Yeah, and so I agree with you. I think the NASDAQ is definitely the cleaner look right now. So again, coming into today, one of the things I was looking at earlier in the week was, or even at the end of last week, I talked about we were a 3 standard deviation just 2 weeks ago, and from the VWAP anchored from the beginning of the year. I like to look at that to really determine where we are for trend. Then we went to the 2 standard deviation, then we went to the 1, and we're almost back to the VWAP for the year. And so where NASDAQ sits right now coming into today, I know we think it could be a kind of a more of a choppier tape, but is the NASDAQ made a decent low now? Do you feel good about that low versus the S&P? I think the S&P low definitely looks a little bit less convincing to me, but NASI looks, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the location and structure of the low is very good. Again, it kind of dipped into that bullish gap. I'll flip over to RTH on my 30-minute chart. You can see that gap, right? So it dipped in. It didn't quite fill it. I mean, that's a great structural location for me. It makes a lot of sense that we would put in a low there. The character of the low is good. There's very nice excess on that low. And so, again, I kind of led with why I led with this. I normally just looking at this, if I hadn't been in the tape yesterday, I would have said like, wow, that's a really good low. I'm probably going to try to work against that. And it could set a swing, and it still could set the swing low. But I'm just going to be a little bit more reserved in making that assessment based on the way that it played out. Again, like we had to rally and rip face yesterday. There was nothing else that could happen after how stretched the market got on the short side, and then you add in some negative gamma, and we just go face ripper. So again, I just want to be a little bit. I don't want to say skeptical, but a little bit more cautious than I otherwise would have been just looking back at this day.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I look at my stuff, and 28,170 is a big area for me in the NASDAQ, and 7,300 in S&P. So next couple days is going to be big to defend. I don't know if there's anything else. If you look at, I'm actually curious. Have you been looking at oil and gold lately? I know you talk about them sometimes on the Sunday show, but coming into a day like today, I'm curious because, again, gold just teetering, man. I mean, that thing just does not look good to me. I mean, I think, again, I go back to, I think sub 4,000 is very likely. By every metric that I have when I look at gold, it's below pretty much everything that I look at. And it's like, okay, just wait to see if there's some sort of capitulation. We're going back to like March lows. As Jimmy said earlier, we're below the open for the year. So as positive as gold was last year, which was pretty much the market, metals were, they've totally come out of favor here.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't even updated levels this low. I haven't for many months, right? We're just coming back to levels that we traded months ago. It's just cannot find its feet. And last week, I mean, it tried to act well a couple of times, and it just couldn't do it. So, I mean, it really is shaking off that hangover. I mean, it was quite the party, right, to the upside, and then they kind of blew them off. I guess that's all I can say is that it's just still hung over here. So I've got nothing for it. I mean, I would like to be long gold at some point, but I think you're right. I mean, maybe they need to just really wash out and capitulate on the thing to find some strength. And then, crude is kind of a little bit choppy and sloppy. It was interesting, wasn't it, that crude was selling off with equities yesterday in the morning? And then when that news came in, right? And so twos, so like ZT was rallying, so yields down on the 2. The dollar was rallying, crude down, equities down. And then that news hit, right? The bad news, more war, right? And crude rallies, right? And the twos sell off hard. Equities rally, right? So that was kind of a part of what told me that like this is really a positioning situation, because yesterday on the way down, it was like clearly sell all assets, rush to cash with twos up, dollar up. And then all of that reversed kind of like at the same time, that entire complex. So it just screamed a little bit of a positioning unwind both ways. On the way down was a positioning unwind, get out, and then let's get back in, right? We got too short on a lot of these things. So very interesting to see them go together. We do need to keep an eye on whether that persists or not, though. I feel like it was probably just yesterday for now, but it's definitely something watching. I mean, if we start selling crude and equities at the same time, that would be a significant change.
I totally agree with you. When you see a tape where everything is going down, hard to fade that tape. That just means that people are liquidating stuff. So again, 39.38 scenario, I'm looking for gold. If it were to blip down there, I'd step in and be a buyer on a medium time frame. So anyway, for what it's worth. Pharm, you're the man. Thank you so much for joining us. As usual, my brother, everyone go check out what Pharm is doing on X, and don't forget to check out his Sunday night show. Nobody makes PAX laugh like you. Nobody. And I had a conversation with him the other day. I said, do you know who Senator Palpatine is? He's like, what do you mean? And I go, he goes, what do you mean? I go, well, are you, I said, you're not paying attention to Pharm enough. He goes, what am I missing? What am I missing? He's got big time FOMO. So be prepared for the Sunday show for PAX to be more in tune to what you're saying. And, Kenny, he doesn't know Kenny G. He doesn't know Kenny G.
Oh,
Pharm.
no. Oh, no. That's terrible. Yeah, we got to work on that for sure.
Chat, do you know who Kenny G is? And I don't mean the saxophone player.
Yeah.
That's initially what everyone's probably like. So
bad.
Different Kenny G. All right.
Yes, sir.
See you, Pharm.
Take care.
All right, everybody. Well, what a morning it's been so far. We are in Studio B, not Studio A. Shai was not with us. We'll be back to Studio A soon enough. Reminder of where I'm going to be next week. Oh, I'm going to be in London with the person who's going to be coming on next. That's going to be Kane. So everybody out there, if you are in London, look at the link in chat. Come and join us. We're going to have a blast. Kane and I are going to be mic'd up along with Trader Brannigan Barrett. You probably know him. You may know him. You may not know him. Come meet him. And we're going to be there in London having a good time, talking with the audience. Kane is going to be trading the close with Trader Brand. I'll be walking around, talking to everybody in there, having a good time. Hopefully you could join us if you're in London. Stop by. We'd love to have you. Well, again, I could recap this morning, but there's so much ahead of us. Why go backwards? Let's go forward. Let's get ready to trade the open with Kane and Leo. What's up, boys?
Good morning. Deli, you're really getting into that MC vibe, in Studio B, I think Deli turns into a different person.
Dude, listen, look at everybody in chat keeps saying, Deli looks like a young boy, new look.
It's Deli's office. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the vibe.
Yeah, I know.
Where are the shoes? Morning.
All my shoes?
You moved them?
There's yeah, I did. I moved.
All right, so guys, I'll spoil the surprise for everyone. Right, when you go into Deli's office, it's really nice, right? Very spacious, but just on one side of the wall, it's just stacked, basically taller than me, of just shoes. I don't even know how he gets the top shoes down, to be honest.
I get up Texas shoulders. I get up on Texas shoulders.
Big shoe guy, huh?
Yeah,
massive shoe guy. I was going through him. He was like, "Don't change the shoes. Just leave them where they are.
Touch those shoes.
Don't touch those shoes." Yeah.
Kane goes in. He comes into the office. He's touching everything. He's going everywhere. He's doing this. What's that? He's sitting at my desk. He's touching my computer. He's leaving notes. I mean,
like love notes.
Yeah.
Speaking of notes,
not the same notes that you get, Leo. I don't get as nice of notes as
true.
you get. But, yeah,
did you get my text message this morning?
No. Let me see.
I was not on the phone. I was messaging with one of our friends, and he's like, "I'm really upset. Deli hasn't invited me to the NinjaTrader meetup."
Come on, let me see this.
He's like, I want him to call me and tell me he still loves me.
So that's Trader Dante, everybody. Chat, do you guys know who Trader Dante is? Listen, here's
You
what I'm
didn't
going to tell
invite
Tom.
Trader Dante?
I know,
Listen
he was
to
so
me.
upset.
First of all, I know, yeah, he's very he's fragile. You know what? I've known Tommy for a long time. And let me tell you something. I go out there and I meet him. We're having beers. We had a great time. Last year, I invite him to something. I sent him what is that? What's a WhatsApp that you guys use over there?
Yep.
He's like, he's always, I'll try to come. Can I come? And that's, so listen, now the invite got stalled. What can I say, Kane?
Wow.
You tell me no a few times.
I told him,
Tom,
I told him you
love
need
you.
to come. And he was like, okay, well, you need to get Danny to call me and tell me he still loves me.
So now I gotta get on. I gotta go in. I gotta.
Yeah.
Hey Tom, how are you? He is. Listen, I love that guy. He is hilarious. As funny as he is on X, he's even funnier in person. We had a great time. So I'm gonna have to call him right after this.
Yeah, he was upset.
All right. Well, thanks, Kane, for giving me the update. And I know Kane probably threw me under the bus. He's probably like, yeah, fucking Deli. What's his problem?
It's like you read our DM.
You know he did, Deli. You know
I
he just
did.
threw you
he
right
did.
under
Leo,
the
you
bus.
know he did. He totally shit talked
absolutely.
me. I don't want to hear about it. All right. All right. Well, let's get into it, boys. Gonna have a busy day for you guys. I hope.
Yeah.
We'll see. But let's get into the prop segment. Each and every week, Leo and Kane take us into what's happening behind the scenes in the prop world. And I look forward to it each and every week because this is where I get my information for what's happening in the prop world. So I know Leo doesn't like to go first. He likes to go off
first.
of what he hates it. All right. So let's go to Kane first. What's
Put all the spotlight on me. I love it. I don't hate it. Okay, so we'll start off on just some boring updates. Tradeify and my fund of futures were hit with a third-party data breach last week. I, for one, got a bunch of emails from people pretending to be Tradeify I was winning $2,000 and the Tradeify Grand Cup when I know I didn't. And my fund of futures also confirmed that they had a data breach. So I just want to remind everyone, if you do trade with them, be safe, be secure, change your passwords. If you got emails, then the likelihood is they captured something. Just be safe. There's absolutely zero reason not to change your passwords. So go and do that. On the subject of Tradeify, their Grand Cup came to a finale yesterday. From an influencer outlaw perspective, Nick, who is the product manager at Tradeify, actually lasted the longest. He made 40 grand, and then the winner made 200K. And actually, he went on Twitter and said it was quite an easy ride. So I don't know, maybe he's goading everyone, but that happened. Again, keeping on the subject, my fund of futures, they actually acquired a stake in a prediction markets company called Funding Predicts. Again, it's not really futures related. However, event markets are coming to the CME at some point. So it's kind of going full circular motion with how the market's evolving. Onto some payout numbers. Again, nothing really too exciting this week. Alpha Futures crossed $90 million paid to traders, and they paid out $10 million in May alone, so that's obviously good growth from them. Fund Index paid out $10.8 million in May, again, roughly about that $10 million mark. And then, last but not least, Top Step doubled their payout caps on their daily, by adding a daily loss limit. So I think for a lot of people, the 50K cap got pulled down to 2K. If you opt in for a daily loss limit, that increases to 4K. I'll ruin it. I'll spoil the math for you. The likelihood of someone hitting their DLL and then going on to fail the account is extremely high. It kind of takes the momentum out of it. The math obviously works out. The caveat with this is that the accounts have gone up in price and they've bought out this DLL sale offer that if you opt in for it, you can get it. The reality is I think at some point the DLL offer will go away, but the price will remain. So it's definitely worth noting. And that's it from me this week. Nothing too special. It's been a pretty boring period. Like I said, we go through these periods of sale, no sales, loads of growth, like more features, more things, and then we're in that sale period as we come into summer.
Leo.
I mean, I think the one thing that we've gone on over the past, I don't know, 3 or 4 times has been quiet. There's a few things to talk about here and there, but overall, the industry, for the most part, is stable, and I think that's really good for not only the industry but itself, but for traders. There's some of the firms are getting more established with the plans, and discounts can only go so far, etc. Innovation, I think, is where people are going to find the best firms are going to innovate, right, and bring new ideas and new approaches to prop trading. And it's nice to see that start to happen versus, a race to the bottom, or hundreds of these pop-up firms come out of nowhere and then shut down a few months later. So that's good to see. One thing that I'll say that just a sneak peek for NinjaTrader and Tradeovate, I had the ability or the opportunity to get access to. Oh, actually, I don't have access. That's the wrong word. But I've seen the future, and I will tell you that if you are looking forward to a new and refreshed version of NinjaTrader and Tradeovate web, that what they are working on will actually be mind-blowing for many of you, especially for those that connect your Tradeovate or NinjaTrader accounts to TradingView. Those specifically, that group of people is going to be really excited about what's to come. So, which is a massive audience from a prop trading perspective. So there's a lot coming down the pipeline from NinjaTrader, and I'm personally really excited about that. And I think with the whole underlying effect of like the market becoming a little more stable, a massive change upgrade from NinjaTrader is going to be well received from prop traders out there.
Yeah, Leo doing a little bit of breaking news out there. That's pretty.
Was that breaking news?
He didn't say it.
A little bit.
He didn't say it. I mean, you can read into it, but he didn't say it.
Oh yeah, no, we're super excited about it. Yeah, stay tuned, everybody. We're not just sitting back. We're continuing to push forward, giving the traders what they want. So, again, what do the traders want? What do I want? I want to see more likes for Kane and Leo. That's what I want to see. I want to see you guys hit the subscribe button, hit the likes, share, hit your notifications so you never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. I'm off next week because I'm going to be in London. Oh, I don't even want to hear it. Listen, I'm working.
Well, I'm glad you could tell
Every
this
time
week.
we come on, you're like, I'm going to be gone.
It's good to have you here for a day. Before, it's like a day a month you drop down to now with us.
I stayed just for you guys. You know that I could have passed on today. I could have, but I didn't. But no, I will be with Kane next week. We're going to dinner. We're going to hang out. We're going to have fun. Join us. I got to go make a call to Tom Dante now, and and see what kind of shit that Kane talked about. Man, I got to smooth it over now with Tommy, and maybe Tom Dante will be there. Soon we'll meet you, Leo.
Yeah. In October in Chicago, right? There's going to be a meetup, right?
There's going to be a meet up. It's going to be a big event, and it's going to be an invite only event. So it'll be interesting to see.
So you're not there, basically what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, you two, you probably be invited. Yeah, you guys will be invited.
He'll invite me, and then I'll beg him, and then he'll invite you. The way things go. So.
Listen, I know Kane's game, man. Listen, he's over here, over there. No, there's going to be a meetup in October, so I will see you then. But Kane, I'll see you next week. Leo, Kane, have a great show. Chet, great morning. I'm signing off from Studio B, and then I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Ciao, brother.
See you later.
Speak to you soon. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing so much better now that it's just me and you. You know what?
Is Daddy going to play golf?
Deli,
He's got shorts on.
The thing about Deli is that he doesn't only love great hair.
He loves great wine.
He also loves the Russell.
Yeah. Honestly, I get it, but I don't get it. It's not like, yeah, I don't know. I was watching the segment on earlier about the more people going to the Russell, and I'm just like, it's because Daddy talks about it every day.
He's literally just gonna will the people to start trading the Russell.
Yeah, single-handedly.
Mm-hmm. We'll be coding in Rust. I mean, if they built Tradeovate on Rust, that would be crazy.
It's built in Python, though. C sharp. I don't know. Don't care.
Java. The web UI.
Oh yeah, but of course, I mean you can't not build the web UI in Java.
Listen, I don't know anything. I've seen sneak peeks. That's it. All I know is that it's pretty impressive what they've done. I don't know anything about Ninja Desktop. All I know is what I saw for Ninja and Tradeovate Web. That's it. So any further questions? You're just gonna have to wait.
Just talk to the wall, yeah.
Talk to the wall.
Are we buying it or are we selling it?
Great question. I don't really okay, so on this higher time frame, 30-minute, we have a Deli and Pharm. We're talking about this low. Decent low. It did get rebid here at 618. So this context here is, we had this liquidation Friday. We had another sell-off right off this low volume node. We actually took a short. Was that Monday afternoon, Monday morning in here based on that low volume node. And then we took, obviously this got taken out and then liquidated yesterday. That was a pretty violent move. Decent low that's been rebid, on this not a retest of the low, obviously, but they're defending these lower areas. So that makes me slightly have a bullish tint, although it does feel like something's changing here in the market. And so I really don't have a good gauge on whether I'm going to be totally focused on longs versus shorts, with the exception of there's this little structure on I say higher time frame. It's a few days of what's just happened here. So I'm going to be a little cautious on shorts until we get a really good short setup, if you will.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
Market's pretty well balanced after the drops. We liquidated obviously Friday. We rebalanced into 50%. We sold down into 10 a.m. 10 a.m. obviously took us a tremendous amount lower yesterday. Obviously that bottomed out at lunchtime. We pulled it back from basically the high to the low. We pulled it back into 50%. Now we rebalanced 50% to the downside. I just don't know. That's the truth. Naturally at this point, I start to think, okay, maybe this could be a higher rotation sell, but they bought it pretty aggressively yesterday after the drop.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty big, and you see that same type of structure on the short time frame where you have a low that gets rebid and they rallied, a couple hundred points into the close.
Yeah.
So you see that same intraday structure that you see on the higher time frame that, this currently holding. Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see what we get today.
Yeah, likewise.
The volume has been good, so hopefully we get a couple of nice moves to trade off.
Yeah, we're kind of rejecting off the thick of the overnight action, straight out of CPI. I think if the open can push us through this level, I think I'll get long. If naturally, I would just lean short. Otherwise, it's like just try and stay short where I can. Chat, what are we saying? Up or down?
GC. Sorry, go ahead.
No, GC potential 43.28. I haven't looked at GC.
That's a lot. That's a big move. Be a big move for GC.
Yeah, I mean,
unless I'm on the wrong contract.
No. GC's what, 416 right now. 168.
Yeah.
Oracle earnings after the bell. This is where they announced that Nvidia are investing in Oracle, who are investing in OpenAI, who are investing in Anthropic, and the earnings go through the roof. Yeah, I mean,
You see
gold's
this
got
as wide bounce. Yeah.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you. It's my bad.
So I balance marked from 30,104 to the yesterday's low. But inside of that, there is a different range that's now well established. If you just look at the orange line here, and then look at this this overnight low would actually mark the other side of the balance. So there's almost a balance within a balance right here. So from 28,648 to 29,741, obviously that's a very big range. So there's that additional bit of context that you pointed out there.
I need the leg to leg delta. Where is it?
Oh, it's not on my chart right now, Kane.
I know.
Actually, I took it off just to mess with you.
Can you put it back, please? I enjoy seeing all of the selling as I'm going to buy it. I like that.
Yeah.
So is that a no? You're not going to put it back for me?
No.
Well, I'm leaving.
We'll see you later. It's just me today by myself then.
Oh, listen to that that EDM the remix that they made of Joey and Salma. That was fire. Oh, you didn't hear it? Production, I think you should just play it for Leo. We've got the open at 9:30. It's a bit too close. Okay, the real Morford. I need you to tell me then if there is a lot of selling as we're going to buy it. Do people actually hit the like? No, let's check. What's the like count at? The like count is at 278. Kane getting all of his requests tonight. They're like, what do you want us to play? Now, I asked Leo if he'd heard the song that you made with Joey and Salma in it, but we're a bit too close to the open now, I probably would guess. Then he said he hasn't heard it. I said it was fire. They're on it. 1 sec, gotta prep it, they said. We could just sell it. Sell it. Anyone buying SpaceX? I have this horrible feeling that SpaceX will flop at IPO.
Everybody making money.
Listen.
Everybody making money. Everybody making money.
quit playing games and just quit playing games and just quit playing games and just drop.
It's my money and I need it now. It's my money and I need it now.
Looking for loans in all the right places.
Everybody making money.
Fire tune, Leo.
That's crazy. They need to make that like the intro song for the whole stream or something.
Yeah, when I walk out on the street, when I walk out to the stage next week, I want that song to play. You know?
That would be
Here's the opening,
that would
guys. Good
actually
luck.
be crazy. Could you imagine?
That'd be so funny. I'll tell you what isn't nice though, is the CPI ES candle. It actually gapped down and then gapped up.
Really?
Yeah, I can show you on the 1 second chart because it's easier to show because I don't have the tick chart. But
I gotta figure out how to look at your screen on Zoom again. I forgot.
like this actually gapped down.
Oh, because you're not even on the
No
Zoom thing
bid, and
anymore.
then it just opened up 35 points higher, and we've not gone and traded into it yet.
For some reason, my YouTube stream always gets way behind.
Oh, I just opened Zoom.
Yeah, but you're not sharing on Zoom though.
Oh yeah, of course you're not. No wait, of course I'm not.
You guys could use a little background music. I mean, I have been suggesting that for like, I don't know, 6 months. Some royalty-free background music. So funny. So funny. That's what they do to me when I criticize, or not criticize, give feedback. Leo's ears are too weak for this. I mean, I dug the song.
I think I might sell this, Leo.
Please, no music in the future.
10? Don't know about 10, but maybe 2. Come on, little push up. Thank you.
You're gonna sell it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in. Could be a messy one. Um,
Hook is still really really thin. Best bet and offer, the spread is pretty wide on NQ. Just kind of an interesting note. I mean, it does go along with the relative volume of 121. So there's definitely, more participation generally is going to give us expanding markets, which is what we're seeing. So you're short from where?
871.
871. That's a good snatch.
Yeah. I'll get out of it like 758. To be honest, I wouldn't want to see this round trip me now though. It's the only thing. But ES traded into it. I would get out of it if it comes back.
I could see selling this OR mid actually.
Oh really? Yeah, I would get out of it and reassess though. I wouldn't want to stay in this. Yeah, they got me.
All right, I'm going to jump in. Probably need a wider stop than I'm used to here. Okay. I may have to take this a few times. Decently violent open.
I kind of want to limit it, but they might be assholes about it. 872.
All right.
Wow.
I'm not going to dick around with this. Pretty violent move off of that low. No resistance at that OR mid whatsoever. And they attempted to, offer it, but buyers just came right back through. Didn't care.
Long from 835. Yeah, I like that spot, to be honest. The longs. ES is now breaking through the high. I'm glad there's a nice cover from me. Damn. The OR? I just have the 30 second on my chart.
Here at 65. Oh, they pulled it.
Leo uses the 5 minute from a mid perspective to trade the OR mid trade. I'd love to have it in my arsenal to buy it here. Fucking hell. How do we read your chart? What do you mean read my chart? Yeah, exactly. Same mag. I'm not built like that. Wouldn't mind a short here though.
Kind of watching this ES, Dom. There's just tons of offer that's been taken out. Seems like there's a bit of a passive absorption at 73.69, right at the top of the V range in NQ. I'm gonna take a stop at a short here, 87.
Yeah, I want that as well. 87 and a core. Oh. I think it just Oh, don't do that to me. $660 ticks on 2 minis will do you. I mean, if that doesn't do anyone, then you're in the wrong job.
All right, I'm going to cover 3 here for 50 points. Really would like to see this, sweep through all the other, like do this OR pass through, go the other side of the OR, maybe even down here into these 700s and see what we get down there. But they're putting up a bit of a fight here. ES is still holding.
Yeah, it does.
ES is still kind of holding that passive offer area. I mean, it pushed lower for a minute. All right, we're getting some traction now to the downside.
Damn, they really just fucking they went with me with one, but I would like to be in more.
I'm going to target this OR mid for the next take profit.
Yeah, I'm still aiming for that 830 low, not 830 low, but 830 opening print on NQ.
All right, I'm going to take 2 here at the OR mid. Just because that's where I would look for a long. So if I'm looking
gapping on it,
normally where I think a good buy is present, then if I'm short, I'm going to cover into it.
They trying it, aren't they?
They are. And this is the textbook long for the OR mid setup. We actually broke out of the opening range to the upside. So that retest of the OR mid is a long all day. I'm going to go ahead and cover a few more just so I can de-risk this trade. I mean, this looks like they're really going to hold that area. Still a good short though,
I actually added right here, but I probably should keep one break even, one there. So I have that was my break even. OR mid is ICT's first presented FVG. Yeah, maybe. I don't believe that though.
I'm stopped out on the rest.
Yeah, I'm about to get stopped out on this one as well.
Nice bid for whoever bought that mid.
Damn, I've given up 2 fucking $2,000 trades now. Great trade, Leo. They're going to be so mad on Reddit.
How are you so calm after reversing? Trading is a long-term game. I'm not really personally offended by any one trade or the outcome of any one event. So it's just part of the long game. Trading involves winning and losing or taking losses. But that trade was, that was a great trade sequence. I mean, it went for 100 points. I wasn't able to maximize the entire take profit there because I had to kind of scale out of it as it was coming back to me. But part of trading is watching trades come back in your face. What were you expecting with this trade? I mentioned it. So, I took profit at the OR mid. I was looking for the pass through. So going all the way through the OR, and then down to this V range level at 700. That was kind of the original target for it.
Okay, stay on it now, please.
Did you get short again?
Yeah, I got a little bit early though. So I just want them to get back on it. I got short at 64. My entry should have been 44. So snag 20 points here. But if they can't, yeah, I mean, they're just going to go to the high. I'll let it. Part of me's like, just close it. Don't take the additional 20 points. Stop out. But I'm just gonna let it stop me out because I would be in this from lower. Yeah, added. Where I should have been short. Fuckers. Yeah, they can have it.
Yes, still struggling to take out the same high that NQ just took. Seems like NQ's trying to lead here. So we watching what we do at prior day close, which is right here. There's no reaction just yet. And then overnight high, I think, is definitely kind of the next logical target for longs. Hell of a bid right off that OR mid, though. Oof. Hope somebody took that, honestly.
Yeah, it's banger.
I'm sure a bunch of people in OFL did. They sure are buying ES up.
They're trying, aren't they?
They got through all those passive offers.
Oh, fuckers.
Took that OR mid trade. Nice. Yeah, there's really two trades here for me. One is to wait for this overnight high to get swept and see what happens. If there's any type of absorption or exhaustion type of move that we could get short off, or waiting for price to come back down into this early range, 28,997 all the way up to 29.22, just kind of in this little box, if you will, and see if we can't catch a continuation bid in that little area. If it does just kind of run, like a lockout rally, I think most people refer to them. That's what I call it. I just won't have a great entry for something like that, but I think we're going to get a little more movement than that. We're already starting to get a pullback into that range.
Okay, I got short again at the high. It's like a 70-point trade so far, but full transparency, my TP is currently set to take me break even on the day, and I would be happy with that, which is why it's there.
I thought you were going to say your TP was at 0.
No, it's not. It's just to get me break even actually at this point. There you go. Over being down 4.5 to up to flat.
All right, I'm gonna try a starter of a long here. I'm not really gonna add into it here until we get more significant buying than what we're seeing right now. But I definitely want to add to this trade. Just added another bracket here. Not to get in the way of Kane's short, but this is the area that I was. You're already out.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was short. I'll tell you the exact entry 2 seconds. I'm just paying my water bill. Full transparency.
Your water bill. Kane's got to pay. Hold on one moment while we wait for Kane to pay his water bill.
My entry was 2902. Oh no, 29134, and I covered 29021. 2 contracts. It made me 4,508, and it puts me up $8 on the day. Because I was down. I was down to 4.5 on those. It's actually really annoying. I was floating up 4K at several points, or 2K at 2 different trades, and I just let it come back to me and stop me out. So it was kind of a little bit annoying. Hey, profit's profit, right, chat?
I mean, $8 is $8. You can get a Subway sandwich.
You know what I'm saying? Feeling pretty peckish, actually, now you say it.
Tricky situation here. I'm getting stopped out of this long, but I'm still eyeballing this as a dip to buy for higher to continue this morning's, kind of shift in this momentum here. Start again a small.
I'm with you.
Like what I'm seeing here. They hold this. I think it's a great long. So definitely looks a little more promising on the tape, as well as the DOM. A lot of selling into those lows in ES, which is great. We want to see sellers get stuck into the lows like that.
It's a good reaction out of here. Oh, they just fucking stepped back on it. Maybe another OR mid buy. Do you know any stats around how many times it holds, Leo? Or if you...
No, I don't.
No.
All right, so I'm gonna take off some here. We're gonna push into the 60-point trade.
Fucking hell, the market's crazy, man. When you look at the volume, the size.
Nice green trade there with some micros. And that's the tricky thing, honestly, about the volatility, trading volatility. You've seen me take two of the same trades over and over. One of them didn't work. And then obviously this one is working, and kind of commented that, at the time that was in the trade, it's like, looks a lot better. That's hard to quantify saying that, but it just comes with experience. But I think the thing is that you kind of have to have a little more respect for the market when it's as volatile as it is, and take your stop outs. Not that you shouldn't ever take your stop outs any day, but be willing to re-engage in a trade. And I think that's one of the things that I've always been strong on is, taking the stop out, be willing to get back in the trade if it still looks valid. That doesn't mean, just take the same trade over and over until you lose your account. But it's just as simple as, just because you get stopped out on one trade doesn't mean that the trade's invalid. Sometimes you just get wicked out. You have to kind of address that by being willing to take a fresh look at it and go, okay, this trade is still valid.
Also sizing appropriately so you can be stopped out, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people are just so sized that it's like it hurts to get stopped out. If your stops hurt, it's too much money at that point.
Yeah, I agree. Took your base hit there, 100 ticks. Nice.
100 ticks base hits, crazy, isn't it? 20 points just done. 25 even. This could be a nice little re-offer spot if they hold it. $10 a.m.'s coming up.
Crazy to think that it's just the first half hour still.
No, it's what the lot from the open to now, it's 175 points.
Mm-hmm.
I would like them to take another look at this NQ, the current low, so below 983s, and then buy it back to the high. That would be a really nice trade, actually. Or they're trying to buy it straight back out of here. Yeah, new 15-minute low, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I definitely don't want to get short on this. We broke above where pre-market, where I was kind of saying if we break above, I'll look for an excuse to get long. That excuse is a new 15-minute low for me.
Mm-hmm. The champion's in the house.
Damn. Where's
Good
your
morning,
crown?
champ.
I mean, this is becoming just a regular thing. I'm gonna need Bruce Buffer to start giving me a cameo announcement of the one and only. Like I'm in John Jones, Conor McGregor camp at this point.
I think he charges a lot of money for those.
He actually does. I have looked into it.
Yeah.
I was gonna do a birth announcement for a buddy who's a big UFC guy.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny because when you get him saying like 7 pounds, 6 ounces, that's really funny.
Yeah.
All right, I got stopped here. I still like this trade though.
I like this trade now, yeah.
Get back in it.
I'm short from the top ropes. So
right.
Let's send it to 0. My charts are still loading because my computer decided to die as I was coming on air.
You say you're short from the top ropes?
144s.
You bastard.
Down to a runner. So I was
trying to
terrified.
I was trying to get to the 220s. This is all your fault.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
really
We can
like
go to
this
220s
long.
now.
Sorry, Nick. I think this is going to the eyes.
It probably is. I'm, patiently waiting to cover. I was just kind of seeing if we were going to fall back into the opening range at all, maybe the overnight VWAP, but no, going to bounce. And my chart is frozen again, so I'm going to cover this because I can actually see what's
I
happening.
think covering looks good here.
I can see it on my other chart, so I'm just going to exit this.
Yeah.
All right, I'm half out for 50.
Fuckers, man. They literally wanted me to buy that low to get in.
And I love that trade.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, that second attempt on that long off last week's low. But good morning, chat.
Morning, chat. Morning, Omni.
That trade's so fucking clean. Jesus.
Yeah, that was.
If only they would
just
let
a
me
little
get
wick
in.
below and gone.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
So
with my
obvious.
charts.
No entry for me.
This.
Ooh, looks like they're going back already, huh?
So, Nick, have you got any words of wisdom for the people after being the champ, like the people's champion, like back to back?
I think at this point, maybe start treating me like somebody that has this useless talent of being good at making simulated monies, which is probably the only reason I'm even streaming these days, is because I've always been good at turning monopoly money into real monies. So these fake competitions that mean nothing are very similar to, I guess, me trading simulated live accounts for props. And the whole reason I'm streaming is because I had success doing that.
Damn.
No,
I think
that's
you should
sim
write
funded.
You should do a course on how to win NinjaTrader Arena Cup competitions.
That goes right up there with what I was going to include in the course, which was like how to win trading props, because X, Y, and I had this conversation that you have to trade them a little different.
Yeah.
And then I realized this is a terrible idea because what I'm telling people is not good long-term successful trading strategy. It's purely how do you win in the sim funded space versus how do you actually build an account, which is completely different things.
Right.
So I decided to scrap those chapters.
Someone said Nick sounds so angry. Oh, I don't think so.
I don't think I'm angry.
He's an
guys.
angry boy right now.
I'm
chilled
good.
up
I got a new toy to play with last night with the non-cybersecurity mythos. That was fun.
Oh, no, Claude Fable.
Oh, Fable 5, yes. Same. But Kane, the context window is killing me.
Oh yeah, but
my work streams are too in depth. So it's like I'm constantly having to like dump and clear context just to continue. So kind of useless, but it has found some holes in some stuff I built.
Can't ask any security questions though. Kind of sucks, to be honest.
Chat's on the toys. Pause on toys.
Nick's playing toys.
Nick's playing with toys. Yes, the toys that are these very expensive models that will eventually be taken away from me because I use significantly more tokens for my subscription, I would imagine. And eventually that subsidy goes away.
I think I've hit my Claude subscription max every single month.
Well, I know I laughed yesterday because my weekly had just reset, and then they came out like right after Fable released and saying, "Oh, we're resetting it." So I'm like, "Great, that does nothing for me because I had just reset anyway."
Oh, you know when they reset it like that, it changes your cycle of resets.
Yeah, and it didn't help me. Last time when they released the new one, I was like just in front of the week, so everything got like increased reasoning and max effort, like everything, and just kind of
You
automated
guys
stuff.
are Claude maxing.
Kane's a bigger Claude maxer as I am.
Yeah. I sent Anthropic close to $12,000 last month.
That's a lot.
There's a lot, right?
That expensive to do this Claude maxing stuff?
No,
not really.
But
It's just-
Kane's doing it at a business level, which is a little different.
I'm like running like 15 to 20 sub agents, and at some point you just eventually, like after like 5 things, you just run out of usage.
That's gonna be like the new currency is just tokens, huh?
I've already looked into the whole like buying a fucking Nvidia PC or doing any of that. Like to get the compute power that I would need, I'd need to drop like $4 million. It's not happening.
Yeah, you need an army of Blackwell chips.
Yeah,
H200s.
and you can't even get hold of them, even if you do have the money.
No, they're reserved for the companies that literally build the servers and create the farms.
Yeah.
What do you think of the market now? Violent chop with no direction.
Seems
there's
pretty
no clear
directional.
direction, but I am noting that we're trading in the upper half of the range still. My idea kind of already played out. Well, I wanted the 220s. I did long this pullback into this like consolidation earlier on towards the open, right at VWAP. Took some off here, this little notch. I don't know what happened here, but clearly there's, notable order flow. So at some point I was down to 2 runners. Took one off right under the 29,100 and then trailed it looking for the 220. Didn't quite get it, but yeah, that was that. Let's see. How's trading day? Yeah, that's about it. I did get a really good gold short here. So I had a late night yesterday. It was heading towards midnight. So I was like, all right, let's see what London does. Maybe we can put something on. And I noticed that gold's low was pretty, I don't want to say unfinished, but wasn't the best. And that candle ended up putting in a hammer down. So looking at target this was a pretty good piece of confirmation here. This is just this 1 hour candle. Positioned, went to bed, put my stop in, and woke up and they cleared this already. They did it pretty quick, maybe 2 hours it looks like. But they got that low. Gold's just been trending down, so it was, I don't want to say it was easy, but it was an easy pick. Just if it's trending down, it looks like pretty flat at the bottom. The volume profile at the time was pretty much like no excess. So left that on. So we're already waking up to some pretty good profits.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, sometimes you're just lucky, perfect timing, right? Market gives you something to work with and
We make
you
our
see
own
where it
luck,
takes you.
XY.
What's up?
We make our own luck.
I would like to believe so as well. But yeah, that's it. The day's kind of, well, it's really choppy right now. But again, we are trading upper range, so if anyone's looking to fade it, good luck. ATR is almost 60 on a 1 minute. 1 minute ATR is about 60, which is what we've been seeing the past few days, but insane nonetheless. I would suggest if you're looking to position, be extremely greedy so that your risk is properly managed. If you're seeing a range, the market's dealing that range. Consider that. don't FOMO into what you think is now the break of the range to move lower or higher, because you will probably get killed. If you're not able to, if the market doesn't grant you access at an edge before, it goes in that direction, just leave it alone. You will quickly regret trying to rush into anything. And I say that from plenty of personal experience. I mean, that's pretty much how you get chopped up, right? You anticipate that this is when it's going to finally move away, and it doesn't. And you do it to the other side, and it doesn't, and it doesn't, and it doesn't. Stop assuming that this is the time that it will. And if you want to get long, wait for the bottom of the dealing range. If you want to get short, wait for the top. So at least if you're wrong, it's very little, but at least you'll get a good opportunity at MFE, right? Because it's so choppy. At least you can take something off and hold a runner or something. But most importantly, manage your risk in that spot. So for anyone that's, I see people in the chat kind of itching to put something on. It's crazy out there, guys. The ATR is
great.
high.
Do you guys have the Claude sub? Yeah, I have a maxed 20x max plan, but like for the average person, it's too much. I think you don't need it.
I'm back at 20x max too, $200 a month.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have a decent amount of AI spend, but it's still subsidized so much. Like I know what that would cost with APIs and other stuff to do what I'm doing. So as long as that exists, I'm going to stay on max because I'm doing so many different work streams now. It just makes sense to do it. I pulled it back to 100 and now we're back. The boys and I are cooking too much.
Yeah, your room is about 90 degrees.
Yeah,
on average now.
I was literally looking at when the M6 chips released. Kane,
just 30-point drop out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was nasty.
Really choppy. Someone asked if today would be a good day to observe if you make good profits in the opening hour, or only take absolute A+. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. My desire to actually put risk on is
negative,
close to zero. Yes, it might be negative because I've already got that gold trade, and I feel like this long earlier on this pretty steep pullback it might be the best trade that I'm gonna find because it gave me really good access and 200 something points of a runway to try to get the 220s, and we got close enough. I mean, to me, the idea is my plan in the morning is kind of already played. You can see on my chart that I marked this zone. This is based off of yesterday and the weekly open. So yesterday, this was pretty much, I would consider it the main node. And they sliced under, they built, and they just kept losing on the way back. And seeing that again, Globex, they went down, started trading this, and again, they failed to just really get anything done down here. Weekly open was the key. It's either the market's going to show me that it's going to want to drive upside or downside. And I just kind of waited, and the answer seemed pretty clear that I want to go upside. So upside targets, obviously get the scalp off of your core size. I wanted to hold two, so I held two, one for this little notch. I don't know what the deal was here, but looking at yesterday's profile, this is why it was important, because as we're moving lower, they did have a build before continuing even lower. So to me, this extended distribution here, it does mean something, because there were shorts who were able to push price even lower here, and there's quite a bit of volume. So runner one out right under this node, and then one at this, but trailed out. I don't think I'm going to get much else. And yesterday was a crazy day.
Yes, it was.
I was showing like Nick, Stowe, and Leo some of my trades yesterday. I had some pretty huge trades. So I'm pretty fatigued. I'm not gonna lie, because the week has been really crazy.
Yeah, we've been moving. I mean, yesterday took a lot out of me too. I said to XY, like I had a decent day, like an above average.
You were like
day,
bell to bell,
not a massive outlier, but a good, solid, like happy day. That's like a very good week for me. and still doing the Arena Cup and winning that. Like I'm tired. That was terrifying to manage personal while trying to do that.
Yeah, you are a mad. Honestly, anyone that's trading their personal alongside the competition, I could never. My brain would just fry and I'd lose everything.
Yeah, I learned. I have just was a bad idea.
I could never manage that.
And then I tried to like work out and like prep dinner as I was managing runners too. I'm like, what am I doing?
What the hell?
This is chaos. Well, it was the same thing. Like I was short from a very similar place like I did today, which is from a high. And so I was in a good amount of 300-point profit yesterday and was just scaling down the runner, which is a good thing. Like it's not like that's a difficult, sweating type task, but it was moving like that where I was also not trying to get round tripped like $2,000 on a runner. So I was really trying to scale in and out of that.
To win it all, sometimes you just gotta hold. I mean, yesterday was insane. We were like 1700 RTH range.
That's pretty nuts.
If you're on the right side, you cannot complain. That's for sure. I feel like I just don't even want to trade anymore for the rest of the month. But then, give it a few days, maybe next week, I'm ready to get up at it again. Can you go over what you see on the session? 5-day profile looks super confusing to me. Repeated question. I think I just went over that. I mean, I see. In terms of the 5-day, I mean, we're carving out a brand new range, right? Well, not brand new, but we pretty much killed an entire month of range in like a day or two. And now we're establishing what is a new range, for the first time in quite a while. So just look at the build right now, 2 distributions between them. I do have this here. So after that first day, taper, and then they did it again. So I marked this because, well, 2 days now, they're showing that this is a low volume spot. This is going to be a above or below kind of area. Don't need to complicate it. If they're trading below it, see if they offer. If they're trading through it, see if we're going to go above. And it does that for a while, and then it knifes through. We did get a reaction here. You're not going to see on the 1 hour, but intraday, this went bid. I know that because I covered some shorts here. So it did go bid, and then they just kept going. But this now, to me, 3 days now, it's showing that it is going to be a low volume spot. So coming back into it, something to note. But as far as the 5-day goes, follow the build as usual. What specifically is confusing, I'm not too sure. Maybe you can elaborate, but just like we did the the midweek stream last week, the 5-day rolling, yes, I use it all the time, actually, but I do use the daily profiles, and right now they are telling me the more recent information, right? Which is weekly open is a very crucial area, and it's important to see what they're getting done beneath it. And I just wasn't seeing much, right? Yesterday they climbed all the way back and they closed well above it, and above this main node. And so overnight they traded below it once more for a good bit, 1, 2, 3, I don't know, a couple hours. Back into the main distribution, and this is where it's building now. So they stopped building any interest here, and they're moving up, which is why I had my upside targets right underneath this node, right before 29,100, and then the 220s. So I hope that that's the story for me.
Market's kind of just pausing now, isn't it? Back and forth. I wouldn't mind them selling it here with this ES like smaller break, but I think the reality is they buy it.
What was my biggest trade yesterday? A short, obviously. It's going to be short.
We rallied off those lows quite a lot, though.
Yeah, candle nerd, absolutely. What's the difference between the freedom and the what order flow trading tools show? And I'm assuming you're saying, and what the order flow, I don't even know what order flow trading tools is.
The NinjaTrader ones.
Oh, I haven't messed
There
with
isn't
it.
a DOM in them, so
Someone asked earlier, I know Leo wasn't here, but was asking status on leg-to-leg delta release.
I don't even think it's in the works right now.
No, it's ready.
I thought we were closer,
Oh,
yeah.
but I didn't want to say it.
It's still testing.
There you go. So soon.
I would
on
say
the
in the
roadmap.
next let's say the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Damn.
6 months tops.
2 to 4 weeks, Nick.
So 11 and 20.
Yeah, but not longer than 6 months.
Yeah. Max 6 months.
Same thing. Same.
That would be like the most absurd client meeting statements that you ever had to say, was stuff like that. Where you're like, oh, it's on the roadmap, a couple weeks, maybe a month it might take us.
Yeah, when someone
max a
says
year.
on the roadmap, that's how you know, like just forget it's even a thing right now. You'll get it.
If anyone is in a buying role, procurement at any organization today, if you're in the chat, yes, if you hear those words on the roadmap, just forget that feature will ever be released, because it probably isn't even on any sort of roadmap.
The dev's sweating here in 2 to 4 weeks.
I'm gonna go ahead and cover one more here. I still have 2 contracts on from.
Are you still long?
9,000. Yeah, I'm still long.
Oh
yeah.
shit, nice, man.
He was managing that as business duck.
Bro went AFK with the long.
I did.
Love that.
Yeah. I had to stop in, so
Yeah, Jacob, that is true. Thank you for that. Yeah, XY and I did release a volume node video. I don't know if someone else had that question in the chat, but we just put one out from last week.
Yeah, Nathan. So he says, what do you meant by confusing? There are so many nodes on the session volume profiles, you find it difficult to build narrative. Just hang around these streams.
All right.
Nick and I do weekly streams. I just break it down. You'll get the hang of it.
One more here. Take profit at the overnight high.
Do you guys know?
One piece run.
Do you guys know how we can identify these days without using volume profile? These are my best days, and I'd love to find some tools to identify. If we knew how,
we would do that.
Be using a volume profile.
Without using a volume profile, I mean,
you're asking the wrong guys too. Maybe Kane could.
It's
tell
like, would you ever go to a carpenter and be like, "Hey, could you do the same thing you do but without a hammer?"
I mean, the only way I could think of it is like if I was looking at maybe a 4-hour that had the most bullish looking wick I've ever seen. Like that's probably about it. That's probably the only way you could identify it. And that would be from like overnight structure into RTH, where it's like Asia and Europe were buying the piss out of this and left a disgusting looking wick that says we're going higher. That's about it. It's probably the only situation I could think of.
Honestly, yeah.
I know that you only use a hammer for your job, but do you think you could do it without a hammer?
By the way, they're not berating you. They're just joking between themselves.
Yeah,
I know. We're just giving you a hard time.
Leo's just giving you shit.
I don't want you to think that they're berating you.
It's all love.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as a serious answer, I was gonna say you could probably just look for swing points that intersect up and down for like break and retest levels. I feel like those are always really good. But in terms of identifying potential liquidation, apart from like just seeing another swing low way far away on a higher time frame, I don't know how you really could. How I would follow it, obviously using volume profiles, seeing the volume build as it's still continuing. If it's still building in that direction, then it's good to go until it's not, right? But in terms of just candlesticks, I'm not sure it showed anything, because we had a lot of swings on the way down, and two whole ranges covered in one day on that Friday, which is insane.
But honestly, I think it's just a reframe, right? Is a lot of it isn't how you predict that these days are going to happen, or layer up the confluences. It's waiting for it to show its hand and reacting. I think that's the easiest way to do a double volume profile.
You enjoy wavy rotational days? Well, lucky for you, those are a lot more common than what we've been seeing this week so far, and Friday. So I don't. There's another thing that I've been telling my buddies too is they've been wrestling with, yesterday and Friday's session and trying to. They think that there's a problem in their process in terms of being able to trade those days, but you can simply just not trade it. They are very uncommon. Just baking in your process, adding one more parameter that goes, these crazy ass days where the ATR is 1 million and it's just doing 1,000 range, I just won't trade it. And you'll be totally fine because they are very rare. You don't need to start to rework everything you're doing to accommodate for days that don't really present themselves. Just leave them alone. Operate in the conditions that you're used to, and you'll be fine. Just because someone's out here posting a 6 million P&L doesn't mean that money should have been yours as well. It really doesn't. That's why I didn't put my P&L anywhere yesterday.
Here for 185 points.
Only Stowe and Nick were seeing the P&Ls I was putting up yesterday, and I'm not going to put out the number either because everyone kind of gets caught up in that sometimes, and it sets a really bad example.
So I'm flat now.
Did it trade the 220? Finally. Yeah, that was my entire plan for the day, guys. It was, hey, we're going to go and trade above weekly open and hold it, build above it. 29 100 and then 220, 29 220. That's it. That's the plan. Do we extend past this? Who knows? But the easier path was definitely holding weekly open and running back through this range. Anything else is way more speculative. Over under a milli? Guys, I am not getting close. I didn't even make 100K. Talking about 1 million? That is insane. What the hell kind of size do you guys think I'm putting on? My pockets ain't that deep. $1,000 lots exactly at 220. Did they really trade 1,000 lots at 220? Oh my goodness. 1135? What the hell's so special about 220? Yeah, I couldn't tell you why. I just put 220 as a random whole round number because it was right before, it was like in the main node, right before the taper. And I just want to make sure I get covered. Sometimes, hey, look, when you trade the live book, you just won't even get the fill. And I want to make sure I get the fill. So I front run stuff. Rightfully, I could have put it in 230s, but I'm like, look, let's just put it right in this volume spot, just right in there. Make sure we get the cover. Oh, this is the most loaded question I think we've ever gotten. Man, I really need my first payout and I am stuck in evals. That sucks. What should I do? Couldn't even begin. I could not even begin to tell you. You were like, Chris, stream a small account and trade 1,000 lot. I stream my main account, Jason. But I have found a couple months ago that trading bigger size does require like ultimate focus, and it gets really stressful. So it does take a lot out of me. I actually hate it. I kind of hate it right now. The money's nice. The trade frequency is less. But when I'm operating, it's a little stressful. So I'm gonna take what the market's giving me and just be happy about it and chill out for a while. Maybe just trade smaller on stream just to trade on stream. But I'm tired. Something that the other gurus won't really tell you is, dude, it's tiring, man. It's
No,
so tiring. Operating all the time, and they'll tell you, "Oh, you're so good. Why do you friggin' have a code and sell a course, whatever?" Like, dude, because trading is tiring. I don't want to do this forever. Not at this scale, not at this frequency.
Yeah, I think I've in the last 6 months, I've really turned this into more of a full-time job, and I'm trying to not pull that back, but be more selfish with the rest of my time.
Yeah, I'm like getting kind of burnt out, especially
but
after
You will, right? It's
yesterday.
just so natural to get burnt out.
Someone was asking me if my painted candles are OFL. Yes, they are. It just shows the most extreme delta. When it's more neutral one way or the other, it stays gray.
My Italian brother asked Leo, "How much time do you think you have left?" Leo, I heard you are passing away soon or something.
You're on the back nine of not only trading but life.
Yeah, I heard you're passing away soon.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear, man.
Yeah. They were asking me how many more years do I plan on trading? Like I'm about to kick the bucket.
They brought that up on one day. I was like, "You what?" Someone asked him how long he has left. I was like, damn.
What is the answer? Like a year?
Yeah, probably about a year.
I know Leo has already willed down his smoker to me.
Yeah, I mean, you can have it, Nick.
Can I have the new car?
It only makes sense. I mean, it's a short drive for you.
Yeah,
just to
easiest
pop up
transport.
here and pick it up.
I'll probably appreciate the most out of all the boys.
That's why I had to leave a minute ago for the, they had to put business stuck on so that I could make some last will and testament type of phone calls.
The lawyers needed those signatures.
Yeah, yeah. They don't wait. They don't like waiting either. You know,
they're paid by the minute. So
paid by the minute, literally.
Jason, he says, "I thought you already passed our stage with your approved win rate. You still feel that much stress?" Yeah, I mean, you have to. When I'm trading, like, I'm locked the hell in. Like, you guys see some days even on stream, like I can't even see chat because I'm so locked in trying to get positioned somewhere. And it doesn't, I don't know, the whole idea of, oh, you need to get to a spot where it's so boring and you feel nothing. Like, I don't know. Is that a myth that people just made up to sound more professional? Because I don't get that. Like, taking a stop, and that's different. Like, the process is the process. But you're still feeling like you need to very critically analyze, right? That's the thing. It's not whether the trades are working out or not. It's having to sit here, analyze critically, think critically, and operate as sharply as possible for however long it may be. To me, that's work, right? Some people are like, "Oh, I just go on the beach, pull up a laptop, and I have internet, and I made 15 grand on the beach." Like, that's just not how it works. I have to sit here at my desk, be fully focused, put the time in, and if I don't get paid. That to me is work. So I would love to not have to work forever. Is kind of my deal, right? And I've been doing a lot of other shit, so I've been super busy, hardly have time to even trade at all. And at some point, it's like that was actually the catalyst for sizing up, so that I could trade when I finally could trade it. I could just put the size on, get it done, and just. But hey, it gets tiring. XY's version of trading is sprinting. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's a good way to put it. It's the way that works for me, but I mean, if someone told me, "Hey, that's not ideal," I couldn't tell them like, "Hey, no, you're wrong." Like, maybe it's not, but it's just what works for me. But yeah. 4 hours a day is all I can handle. Dude, I can hardly handle one or two.
Kane, give
So
me somewhere to go on holiday, October to December, either month. What kind of holiday? I mean, I went to the Maldives in November last year, and I think we got pretty lucky from a weather perspective, but it was fucking great. Also, in like November, December time, Cape Town really picks up weather-wise, and also just like people start going there around that time. And then if you really want like a luxurious holiday, do what you want, eat really nice food, you could just go to Dubai.
you still moving?
No, probably not.
Did that die as quickly as it became a thing?
Yes and no. I mean, it's still in the air. I just can't do it this year, probably.
Hmm.
Also, I just can't be asked. I'm quite happy with my life here right now.
Tell me what it
Dubai,
is.
Dubai now. Yeah, but none of you really know the people that live in Dubai, and actually,
I know what it is.
they're they just basically said that Dubai is kind of normal right now. That's got nothing to do with the war. Like, I have friends that live in Dubai that have just said it's, if you have money, you leave, but like, they're not relocating. Then go to Cape Town, bro. Cape Town's fucking amazing. Probably one of the best places I've ever visited in my life. Just be warned though, you're not going to want to leave after a month. Dubai's fake. Hey, I just said if you want to go somewhere luxurious and eat nice food, I didn't say it was real.
And gold's gonna make a new low here.
The good thing about holidays is you go and then you leave. So Dubai's going to be like Vegas in 10 to 20 years. I'd say maybe sooner, but gambling's illegal there, so probably not. Um, Good place to stay in Cape Town. Okay, so the really nice hotels are super expensive. That's one thing I will say. But if you're gonna get an Airbnb, you need to stay in like Camps Bay or like basically just anywhere on the beach, not on the mainland on the other side of the hill. Are predictions illegal? Yes. They have a new casino in Rack coming up. Yeah. Actually, it's not even going to be in Rack. It's going to be in its own province where gambling is legal, and the province is going to be the island that it's being built on. But yeah, everywhere else, gambling is illegal. Yeah, Clifton Beach. Yeah. Um, I mean, Cape Town's it's like I speak about my Cape Town experience. I also have I met a guy out there named Vincent, and he basically said that he's had some not so nice experiences there. But ultimately, you just have to have your wits about you at all times. Can you swim in the ocean in Cape Town? You can swim in the ocean. I will tell you this: it's fucking freezing. Never, ever been in an ocean that's that temperature in my life. You put your feet in, and it's like putting your feet into an ice bath. And lots of sharks. Again, never saw a shark in my entire life in Cape Town. They're penguins.
How can we use Claude in trading? Have you ever tried that?
Um, The reality is that obviously Claude needs like all of the data points to make a good decision, to make a good analysis of something. And there's not really a good free version of having all of the, you know, like getting the tape in a downloadable format to say that 50 NQ was traded at this time and this price and whatever. So I imagine it's doable, but to get hold of the data is expensive, obviously. So which gates 99% of the population out of it. Where did I stay in the Maldives? Anatar Kiava. I had to think about it then. Now everyone's going to go and look up how much a vacation from Anatar Kiava in November costs. Life advice to a broke, unemployed 22-year-old graduate. I'm just going to be really, really harsh here. Life's not handed to you. You have to go out there and work for it. But if you work for it, then especially in today's day and age, it's work smarter, not harder, right?
I did not grow up in Simi Valley, if that's what the hell. You grew up in Calabasas? Yeah, you got money. Your family got money. No, I grew up like right outside LA, the suburbs.
Hit us with a back in your day.
Well, I do too. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah, well, market's just chopping, but it's going higher. That's why earlier I was just saying it's super choppy, super whippy, but we're still trading in the upper range of the day. So fades, be careful. No, we're still just trading higher. So although it's super whippy, if you're patient enough and you're waiting for the extremes of every range, you can get on with it, maybe scalp out something, but I mean, it's a wick graveyard on this thing. Look at this, guys. It's crazy.
I don't know what was just going on. I have a drywall guy fixing behind my washing machine because that was a whole fun experience last week where we had an issue from the AC that blew out a wall because the guy's an idiot.
7K today, 45K 5-day trading run. I'm locked out. Hey, nice.
Nice.
Nice. You know what? I do wish there was a lockout feature for live cash accounts too. I would use that. I certainly would.
Have you tried just like going outside?
No, I can when I have stream.
That is true.
It would actually be for stream because if it's not for stream, I literally just turn it all off and it's totally
Just delete
fine.
the app.
But if I'm on stream, I'm still looking at it, you know? You're still looking at it.
That's how I feel. I've gotten better. I felt I haven't felt FOMO in a while. On Friday, I did because I covered way too early and I started working on other stuff. That was the first time in a while where I felt like I could have made a lot more money for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it was. It hit me hard that I like covered 700 points too early and then decided that was enough arbitrarily. And I joke because in Miami, Pax was like basically called me out of that for that same exact thing. Of like that's how you really can make money trading and adding to positions and like adding into strength like that is a hole that he's noticed in my game that I'm trying to still improve. And it's like, well, there's the example, the exact perfect day that you could make a lot of money. And I trailed my own runner out.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta get in the mindset of like you do it till it stops working. And it probably will at some point, but by then you have gotten winning trades so many times over that this is it. So that's kind of how I try to operate with the volume nodes. When we're in a trending market and it's building nodes, it's holding, it's building, it's continuous. Look, you could rebid or reoffer each test of the node range for continuation, and you'll probably continue to get paid. Selling lower, buying higher, doesn't matter. If they're still building and they're holding that structure, you're in good hands. At some point, it's not going to hold. But by then, you've gotten so many winning trades. I mean, you just kind of spammed it till the wheels fell off, right? So.
There's a long here at the RTH view op. Looks like it.
Probabilities of going back to New York session low. Not the worst, but not the best. I would say if what you're thinking depends on price going back to the low of day, should probably just not trade today.
212. I take scratches every once in a while trying to get a better entry. Like I have tight stops. XY does the same thing, where sometimes you're kind of have a more of a sniper injury because we are watching something in real time and our stop is tight. So you may see me do it twice sometimes. Like yesterday, I was very good about just letting stops kind of play out and then getting back in. It was the only reason I won yesterday, because in the afternoon I was back in third place, and then I just kept re-entering the spot that made sense, and eventually it broke.
Setting risk management, max loss, max profit. Well, I don't want to put a max profit.
I don't like the max profit thing.
Yeah, I don't think that should be a thing. Same thing with daily profits. I don't think a daily profit target should exist.
Yeah.
Really?
Market gives you what it gives you, and that's all you can get.
I don't want to be arbitrarily closed of the position if it's working, and even if I'm trailing stops or whatever, and the market or the system just locks me out because we hit some arbitrary number. I'd rather the market tell me that it's time to get out of the trade, personally.
I think a daily profit target it creates way too many expectations.
Yeah.
And then if the market's not really, willing to work with it, well, you don't have an account anymore.
I typically add daily profit targets when I'm up big and I want to get out at a number.
I'd rather just
that
do
makes
that mentally,
sense.
I guess, though. Versus the system make the call for me. Like I'm a big boy.
Yeah, that makes sense, because that's different than a daily profit target. Like, every day, you'll see on like Instagram, some dudes think he got the most profound piece of content. $100,000 a year is only this much a day times 20 trading days a month. It's that easy. It's like, okay. And then people will see that and be like, I only need to make X amount every day. That should be simple, right? And then they'll be like, it's so insane that you're not willing to close out your position for a $50 gain when people work 5 hours to make that. Like, what the fuck?
About these 25s here.
I don't like the stream because I can't fade these streamers. Fair. There are plenty of streams out there that you can probably do that for.
There are days when you can make plenty of money fading me. That's for sure. We've had one before. I was just like, dude, you guys gotta fade me.
You can also make a lot of money fading my stops if you're patient enough.
Using it as entries, yeah.
Yes.
Very good.
What's Leo cooking?
Leo, are you still in your short or long, whatever you were doing?
I just got long 25.
He closed high a day practically.
There we go. Taking some off here for 50.
And Leo's just riding his wheels fall off, getting paid.
Leo's long because he bought 1,500 contracts. I watched it. What you lot don't realize is it may say 15 on your chart, but there's like something in the background that times it by 1,000.
Do I have a give back rule? Nothing specific, no, but at some point you just get the vibes. You can feel it like, look, this ain't working anymore. Let's just call it.
My give back rule. I'm willing to give it all back to make double the amount.
I know nothing. Yeah, I can get behind max week profit. I can get behind that. I actually did have that earlier on to when I was newer to like actually cash account trading and not prop trading. What helped me build consistency was at some point actually implementing a max profit. Like, I don't want to say target, but like, hey, you've gotten here, you're done. Take the rest of the week off. It has to be a number that is, for lack of a better way to put it, easier to obtain, right? Because you don't want to set it as an expectation in terms of like, I have to do all kinds of work. It's just, hey, if I can, make 5K at a pretty good clip without risking much in a week, then I'll just call it a good week. And let's just see how long we can do this and be consistent, right? It's because sometimes, back then I'd have days where, yeah, or it's been good past few days, past few weeks, and one day is just really bad. And it kind of sets me back like 3 steps back in my process and my mental. But having that, hey, you're done. You've done enough work. It could be by Tuesday I hit it. It could be by Wednesday. Maybe it was a whole week. Maybe in a day. But I stuck to it. I was like, this is it. You're done. So that max profit on the week thing did help me to build a consistency in my cash account for sure. How many points for MNQ as stop order, in my opinion? Depends on the day. I don't think there's a right number. 1 minute ATR average today is 52 points.
Yeah, tell me how it feels to get all 13 of your contracts off on the up move to get stopped out on 2.
Yeah, it's fine.
Doesn't hurt.
No, I mean I took profit on the
I know,
push up
I'm
to
just
those
winding you up.
100s.
I'm just poking the bear.
I mean, you can't rage bait me, Kane.
I
I know all
don't
your
know
tricks.
about
I know all your tricks.
Don't know about that.
I know all the tricks.
Yeah, he's got wise to them, chat. But he used to bite really hard.
Yeah, Kane used to get me pretty good.
I say stopped out. You're still in profit. I was planting the seed of doubt. Like, do I really want to give up these 10 points?
Mm-hmm.
Trump's about to speak. This is interesting.
It's a great time to buy.
Leo, what do you think of this? MNQ needs more stop room than NQ based on my my backrests. Why would that be? Slippage? Like, because
yeah, well, sometimes there are spots where MNQ will, just because of whatever liquidity is available, will actually extend further than NQ will on a short-term low or high.
So it's a liquidity thing. It's not thick enough on the book.
Thick, yeah, it's thick. It's just like certain violent moves have the NQ and MNQ chart aren't exact.
Yeah, my buddies
on the lows and the highs.
They trade MNQ, and they're always sending screenshots of them getting these fills. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but it's like before price didn't even get there yet, but you can see a plot that they got filled.
Speaking of fills, somebody just lifted
342 lots, 950.
I'm gonna jump in this.
Profile's pretty balanced today. even
nice
as the market moved up.
break from the high of the range.
Whoever was asking for session low, if you are short, I hope you
All right.
get it.
Well,
Didn't
you
work.
told him to quit trading, so I think he got it.
Didn't work.
I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure.
This is looking kind of angry. It's really angry, yeah, when the pace is fast and they can blow through a 345 lot buyer and just keep them offsides.
I must still like this for a long, honestly.
I think low session is due.
I'm gonna give it a shot. Another shot.
Nick, I've been meaning to ask you, did anyone guess all the secrets yet?
No.
Damn.
No one has unlocked the Kane secret.
What about the other one?
No.
Wait, what?
All but 2 Easter eggs in the course have been found. And the only reason Kane found, oh, look at that guy.
433, that's something
Another
light,
one.
you know?
Some guy just, some at 470 or 875,
Something light.
just trying to stop this train. But no, Kane, no one has found them.
Damn.
One of the worst session profile in a while. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's.
I mean, it's
terrible,
just a
but
P-shaped profile. There's nothing
yeah, I
special
would
about
think
it.
on the way up because, especially with ES, even as price was chopping and making its way up, the profile never really created any low volume spots. It was just building out what was still looking like a balanced day as it moved up. So there's always going to be that risk of a move back through the range. And well, we got it. You spend a lot of time with volume profiles, watching them develop, and you will get some good vibes on a lot of good scenarios, useful vibes. Yeah, because on a strong day, in a strong move, you're going to build multiple distributions nodes along the way. But when you're not, it can get dicey quick. A little nugget for you guys.
Hey, buddy.
Yo, morning. Morning, guys.
It's gonna hold again.
Morning.
How's it going?
It's going.
That's good.
It's good for Leo. He's been making money on longs.
Hell yeah. That's great. Congrats, Nick. I haven't seen you since the big W.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Never doubted you.
The champ. You're gonna call him champ for a whole week.
That's cool.
People seem to. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I'm just gonna have Bruce Buffer make me a fight announcer intro as the reigning defending Arena Cup champion.
Yes. I love it.
He's a two-time champ.
Two-time champ.
Maybe?
I mean, I think I've won 4 of these now.
4? Dude,
And I got second in
man.
last year's
Hall of
Arena
Fame.
Cup.
Hall of Fame right here.
Well, one has that asterisk. Don't forget. You can't take an asterisk off.
I mean let
I think
the steroid era into the Hall of Fame.
I think it's a pretty easy
It's
a pretty easy debate. I think you just go to what the rule set was for the competition.
I'm pretty sure every major sporting event or sporting, professional league at this point has a gambling partner. So let Pete Rose in.
I agree, 100% agree with that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Like
yes, Pete
Kettle Black
Rose
over
belongs
here.
in the Hall of Fame. Thank
100%.
you.
What about the Astros championship?
No, that's cheating.
100%.
Garbage.
Garbage.
That should be stripped.
Literally garbage. Banging on garbage cans.
I know nothing. See you later, man. Yeah, not that last part though. Yeah, Nick's got rings, man. 4 rings.
Nice. Next championship, we can call it one for the thumb. That's what we called our 5th Super Bowl in
Nick's
Pittsburgh.
dude,
One
can
for the
you have
thumb, baby.
Claude? Hey, have Claude remake that Jordan picture where he's just like got the 5 rings across his face and put your face on it.
Look at this bit off the week open.
Nick for a ring, yeah, that's a new one.
Don't worry, someone's probably going to create that in the chat now.
No, it's probably already done.
Well, boys, it was a pleasure.
All right.
Later,
Appreciate you all.
gentlemen.
Chat. See you very soon.
See you later. Bye.
Was
See you later.
fun. See ya.
Great chat.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Adios.
What's gold doing on a higher time frame? Can either of you help me with that?
Gold?
Yeah.
Sell it.
Cool. All right.
Oh, it already made a new low.
So those commercials.
Just like literally just right before you got on, maybe, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes ago, I was like, I think gold's going to make a new low.
Does anybody remember that gold alpha I dropped on Sunday?
Oh yeah, never forget. Stowe had
tinfoil hat
talked about
alpha.
trading gold.
I didn't trade it.
No, but okay. Well, he gave
Come on, you know when someone drops
interesting...
like huge macro alpha, they're not trading it.
I know, but we had the whole JG Wentworth of gold kind of bit where retirees were being, in Stowe's geographical area of the country were being told to invest in gold, which is probably another topping sign.
This was the craziest thing. All right, so I'll tell you folks. I brought this up on the Sunday show. So I listen to a ton of sports talk radio, and the commercials on there are either political ads or ads for like My Pillow. They're always hilarious, right? For some reason, over the last few weeks, this new commercial has come up where the theme of the commercial is that the government is insolvent and we have too much debt and you need to get away from buying government-backed securities, bonds, and T-bills, and you should be putting all of your money in gold and silver, and this company will help retirees and older folks convert their retirement into something with a fixed store of value so that when the government goes upside down, they'll be okay, right? It seems like an illegal commercial. Like, I can't believe this thing even exists. But if anything seemed like a macro social sell signal, to me, it was that. So I called this, I'll say, room can confirm on Sunday, I called this gold sell-off.
So did. You did, in fact.
And it was all from just way too many sports talk radio commercials.
Yes. Well, it's important when your sports ball team breaks your heart, you need to go turn on a radio station to make yourself even more miserable about it. So
it's like a safe space to let it all out.
Yeah. I agree, Kenshin. Yes. Worse commercials. Horrible. But they get stuck in your head because you hear, they run the same 4 commercials like every, I don't know, every 15 minutes.
I didn't even know sports talk radio was still a thing. I thought everyone just has podcasts or like you go and watch broadcasts. Like
Not
ESPN.
here, dude. No.
You literally fire up the damn radio?
Yeah. I even have like a radio with headphones that if I go to a baseball game by myself, I will so I can listen to the play-by-play and watch the game. I only do that if I'm alone.
I did that once when I was there alone.
It's nice.
Honestly, it's like one of the best experiences at a baseball game I could ever describe, unless you're with like just a very good group of people. But if you're someone probably like Stowe or me and you kind of get locked in and understand the way baseball can be played, and you understand shifts and signs and all this other stuff, you kind of understand the game, it like takes it to another level being that engaged with the announcer who's also that engaged.
Yep.
It's kind of cool.
Oh yeah. Well, I watched yesterday. I live and die by every one of these 160 games, 162 games, unfortunately. I do you guys have the Top Dog Law commercials? Because that's the best. You guys ever run into those?
Top Dog.
All right. Tell them Top
shit.
Dog sent you. All right. So this is a personal injury lawyer commercial. The chat just brought this up. And it is the most hilarious commercial because it's just like a rap song.
Whoa, hold on. Do they service different, like all
Yes.
states? Okay,
Yeah.
I have heard this. Anyone from LA, Power 106. I was like, you know, there were months ago. I don't even listen to radio anymore, but I had Power 106 on. And it's a hip hop radio station, right?
Okay.
And I was like, what the hell am I listening to right now? And it's a commercial, but it's a rap song.
Yep.
And I was like, is that And I remember like Top Dog is really familiar. And I was like, is Stowe talking about that same thing? Is that over in Pittsburgh too?
Yep. And I didn't know it was anywhere else. And yeah, the Top Dog. Nice, Trader. Nice. Okay. So when I got to Miami for the Trader meetup and got in the Uber, this guy was trying to find a radio station to listen to. And he just kept running into the Top Dog Law commercial everywhere he went. It was pissing him off so bad.
Dude, they run it like that?
commercial.
They spam the hell out of the ad?
Yep. So I didn't know it was anywhere else. I didn't know it was a national thing.
I didn't either. When you said it, it
Dude.
just brought me back. I was like, hey, I did hear this one crazy song. And I was so confused. I was like, this is a fucking law firm. This is a law firm.
This is a law firm. Tell them Top Dog sent you.
Cooper, it's not TDE. It's Top Dog Law. It's not Top Dog Entertainment. Yeah, I didn't know they were nationwide. I didn't know they had it like that, you know, just making sure everyone hears what they've got to say. But yes, that shit was funny.
I'll tell you, if I ever have a medical malpractice situation on my hands, I know who I'm calling.
The Top Dog, baby.
I'm gonna be like, yes, finally. Like some surgeon left a pair of scissors in my body somewhere. I'm like, yes, I can finally
know who
call
to call.
Top Dog.
Finally.
I've been waiting
Finally, I
for
can
that.
call Top Dog.
Well, you know how it is. You listen to that J.G. Wentworth thing long enough, you're like, I kind of wish I did have a structured settlement.
Yeah. I want to see what it's all about. I'm going to give him a call. It's like, I need you to convince me why I should go with you, and you got to do it through a rap song.
It's my money, and I need it now.
I'm really, really happy that the chat also knows what Top Dog Law is. Some of them.
I can't believe I've never heard that one.
I'll get you. I'm sure
Find me a
there's
clip on
probably
YouTube or
YouTube
something.
mashups of how sick it is. I mean, it's really funny, Nick.
It's honestly like so funny because it's so ridiculous.
Yes.
They made it's a full-on rap song. Actually, I now done with your playbook, bro, and practice, but I don't know how to build a full model. That's not something my playbook can fix.
Define full model, I guess.
Yeah. Your own personal strategy is exactly that. It's built by you.
Yeah.
For you. And it's going to consist of a lot of different things that you've seen. So my playbook, I think at its very best would be able to give you those few things maybe that you can find yourself using. But if anyone is coming into the playbook with no strategy and expecting to have a full-blown strategy from that playbook, it's a playbook. It's not a course. It is just my market mentality, my market psychology, my market context, and how I use that to get in and out of trades.
And
that's all it is.
Whoever the fine individual was that pointed out that XY's playbook looked like it was missing data on the Vibes Trader's new site, It was. All the images for some reason were stuck and not rendering and not actually sitting on the page. So I fixed that this morning. So if you were that individual,
pics.
you now have chart visuals and other things that XY is referencing in the narrative. So if it didn't make sense,
they're like
for the last
reading it
week or
like
two,
example
now it
one,
will.
bar one. Like, where's that? This playbook sucks. I'm out of
this
here.
guy's just ranting. This is
like literally, yeah. He's
this
talking
is
about all these
basically
examples.
ICT 2.0. He's just rambling at this point.
He says there's 5 examples in here, and I've seen none. I'm done with this. No wonder no one's getting anything out of the playbook.
Yes, but yes,
Omni.
Nick has fixed it.
Omni, yes, it was the first time ever writing out my process because I've had no reason to, and that's why it was pretty difficult to make. It doesn't seem like much, but it took a lot.
I remember the existential crisis you went through while you were creating this.
Dude, yeah, I would like
fun.
I would like be DMing Stowe like, man, this shit is hard, like blah blah blah. I don't know how to blah. Yeah, my brain is melting right now, and yeah, it is the first time, and that's what came out.
Yeah.
Well, so much of this education stuff is like it's hard to explain the weird like
and it's
processes
like,
that we
I really
have.
feel like I had to melt down my entire brain and then resculpt it all over again into a playbook.
And that's why, I mean, how many times have we said it on this show? And I'm helping XY too. Like, we're just better at doing this stuff kind of, shooting from the hip and just doing it live, which is why it sounds more organic and fun and easier to understand.
Yeah.
And we're just kind of spitballing it in real time. So giving XY the platform to do that is probably the best way to digest the way he trades. And that's just watching us here every day.
Teaching process makes you better at trading. I think teaching anything makes you better at that thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that goes for everything. I think that's one of the universe's intrinsic ways of rewarding people who are willing to give to others.
Ooh, I like that.
You like that, huh?
I do like that. I'll put that in my I'll put that in XY's pile of wisdoms that I've been collecting over the years. I will definitely add that to the pile.
So please check the group chat.
Oh,
it's in the group chat.
I'm just I can't even wait. Like you need to see that.
Dude, these are so good.
They're so good. Oh my God, these are ideal.
Pretty Buddhist. PJ Dubs. I am not a Buddhist. You can see it here. Right here.
But for gold. Oh man. There's no way that thing's legal. You can't make a commercial like that and get old people to sell their T-bills. Come on. It's such a grift.
Dude, these thumbnails are
He
so
just told
funny.
you you'll never make it. That was a lie.
Is that it?
I got it. That was Top Dog Law.
Dude, that was the intro to Top Dog.
Oh,
is that
my
ridiculous
God.
already? Like, just
Yes.
even that snippet? They
Yep.
told you you'd never make it. And he's in like a hollowed out, like, the voice is like just some divine.
The lines are so funny. It's just like your life's upside down, hit by a car, can't work.
Dude, they paint
Who you
a
gonna
picture.
call? Call the Top Dog.
They legit build a whole storyline
Yeah.
behind what you may or may not be going through. But in the moment, you feel like, damn, I really am going through it right now.
Yeah.
I should really call these guys.
Went in for knee surgery, came out, and now you have no left arm. Who you gonna call? Top Dog.
It seems to me right after you finished making the playbook, your size got larger and it became more natural. Coincidentally, yes. I think it was more so that I've taken on many more responsibilities, just other stuff, working on things, trying to retire early, and that came with so much less opportunity to actually sit down and trade the way I normally would, take my time with the market. And I found that, hey, look, still with the few moments of the day, like I'm streaming, I'm still able to do just fine. Let's just bump the size. And luckily enough, it worked out. So, not so much because, the playbook and then it kind of refined everything. It was me not really having much time anymore. And I still have very little to trade. So look, like Leo, maybe my time's coming, guys. Maybe I'm going to die a trading death at some point.
Did you guys revisit that today? Hopefully
we did.
Yeah, my
Nice,
Italian
good.
brother asked Leo how much time he's got left. I was like, Leo, I heard you're passing away soon.
Yep.
Really sorry to hear. Really
Leo's
sorry.
lawyers came today and he signed his last will and testament.
Good. I hope I get the Uncat.
Yeah, I get the grill apparently.
Ah,
the new smoker.
Nice. You've earned that for sure.
What am I working on outside of trading? I mean, it's still in the space, just not trading. But it's busy. It's extremely busy. So good problems. Good problems. So nothing bad. It's not like, I'm bad. It's good problems. Yeah. But big time commitment nonetheless. And then, obviously family, friends, your own time. And I take it very seriously. I'm very much like perpetual midlife crisis. It's all the time like, I'm going to die soon. I got a few years left. I need to live life and stop giving a shit about money. Right? Obviously, privileged situation, but doesn't make it any less true. I'm not trying to work till I'm dead. Yep. I'm trying to live and experience life. So that also ties into my trading, why I've always, gravitated towards a process of less time on the charts. Sure, you can make more money. Sure, this thing's going to sell down 1,000 points and I can just try to sit here and reoffer for 4 hours straight, but maybe not. All that extra money isn't going to, I can't say it's not going to give me a better life, but right now, that money right now isn't going to do anything for me when I could be actually living life and not having a freaking chart on. Trump talking. All right, so low of day market callers. Congratulations on your many dollars.
Nope. Gone. That was weird. Spooferoonie. You guys want to hear something weird? I did not trade yesterday, and I have not traded today. I know.
Whoa, that was perfect timing. Whoa,
And
why?
I think it's I think I'm doing a little bit of evolving. I felt on Friday, I felt like maybe I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And then on Monday, I kind of felt like, man, this market feels a little different, a little wiggly.
Well, too wiggly, huh?
Yeah. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to chill. I don't have to do the stream. My kiddo rolled her ankle or sprained her ankle at summer camp 2 on Tuesday. So we had that going on. She's fine, by the way. She's partying right now. But yeah, I was like, dude, you should just relax and see if the market is changing. Just wait a second. And I got to tell you, I'm looking at today. This is like 3 of my nightmares in the same day.
Someone said not enough long setups.
I mean, there was a couple today, but this is the thing that I feel good about. I have rules where if my high time frame stuff gets all wiggly and doesn't align with itself, I'm supposed to chill out. And sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just pretend those higher time frame things don't exist, and I zoom into the day.
And then they remind you that they very much do exist.
Right. Then they show back up when I'm like, why is this day not working like it should? Oh yeah, I forgot about that stuff I stuffed in the corner so I didn't have to think about it.
Sounds sounds like I hate trading already. It's just a cash cow. I think saying that I hate trading is probably a really bad way to put it. I don't hate it at all, actually, but I do consider it work. And my idea is I don't want to work. And I've eliminated long ago the scarcity mindset that everyone seems to attach to the markets. The market's moving or it's doing something, you got to be involved. And I understand. You're going to get those people who have been trading for 120 years. You know, they've been doing it for 5 million years now, and they're super professionals and be like, no, your job is to be taking these opportunities, swing the bat when it's really good. I get it. It's not going to matter when I'm dead, though. And that is my primary focus is you have time on this earth, and I want to live my life. And this is a great vehicle to do so. And there's no need for a scarcity mindset because the market's going to be here every day. It's going to be here every hour. It's going to be here long after I'm gone. I don't need to concern myself with I don't want to have to concern myself with what the market's doing every single day. It's going to be there every single day. The experiences that I can live with the people, that confluence doesn't show up all the time. Doing certain things with certain people for a day, for a week, a vacation, that confluence is way more rare than a good setup in the markets. That is what I have found. And that at that point, really easy for me to eliminate all scarcity mindset that's attached to any market move. I don't care. Ultimately, I am a scalper. I will find my way into whatever the hell the market's doing. I don't need to do it. I don't need to do shit because the market's doing something. And that liberated me entirely. And it's literally the foundation of my entire process. And it's page 1 of my playbook for a reason. Am I afraid of losing my edge? No, because I still trade often. And even when I'm not trading, like I'm sitting here and, I think a good part of the whole trading thing too is I can.
Where would it go?
I don't know, maybe get rusty is what he means, right? I don't know. But I think it also is fulfilling in a way of knowing like you can help people too, right? When we do these streams, the other streams, right? We're doing one tomorrow, me and Nick, like last week. You can help people too. So there's a lot within trading that doesn't have to be literally trading. And yeah, a lot of people be like, oh, well, it's because you suck, and that's why you got to do everything else, and you can't trade.
No.
That's why you don't trade. Sure, whatever. That everyone's got to chill out when someone goes onto their social and says, you suck and you can't trade. So what? If you can't trade, your bank account stays the same. Who cares what they say? Right? You got to make peace with all these things. The market just drives everyone so crazy, and it makes everyone so touchy-feely. Like, forget it. It's going to be there. I don't think order flow really changes. Sure, certain regimes can bring on different environments like this where 50 lots might mean a lot for a week and the next week 50 lots is nothing. But yeah, I'm interacting with the markets often enough to always be in touch with that. Yes. And if I'm gone, like I'm on vacation, it's been 2 weeks, I haven't looked at markets, come back, give yourself a day. You'll get the idea.
I think that we also have such an ingrained cultural mindset of like, if you're not working as hard as you can, you suck. And the idea behind being able to trade is that we don't do that so that we can live a life that is under a little less pressure than the life of somebody that needs to like wake up, be at the office by 8 o'clock, answer a bunch of emails, be in a very stupid meeting that they don't want to be in. Like, we have freedom like smashing us in the face constantly. But that's very unnatural for our culture. You're not really supposed to have that. So I don't know. Maybe it feels weird, and that's why people get into the trap of making trading like a bit of a prison sometimes. I don't know. Like, if you have $2 million, do you really need to lever up $2 million so you can have $20 million? Or can you maybe just look around and be like, I don't know.
My best scenario would be I'm only trading because I want to, and it's a size that isn't going to change my life or change anything. And yeah, at this point, no. Like, the size that I trade is to definitely make more money and be able to do what I will with it. Like, but yeah, I hope soon that I could just, get on stream and do, I don't know, one lot, two lot, maybe even up to three, and just, hey, that's just what it is. Very inconsequential. I'm just doing it for the love of the game, just because I want to. But right now, yeah, I'm trading to make money, and that's tiring. I do want to address this. So someone says, Shapcap says, XY, with respect, you should apologize to the guy in the chat for telling him his new low of the day idea was basically trash, and he should go home if he thought that. First of all, does that sound like something I would say? Do those words match the words that I constantly spit out on the stream? I would think not. I remember and I did congratulate him. And I told him, hey, look, if it's working, I hope you're in it. I'm happy for him. And I never said it was trash. He asked what I thought the probabilities of a new low of day are, as we're literally trading highs. I said, I think if your trade, literally, you can rewind it. I said, if your trade idea hangs on the probability of the market instantly coming from these highs all the way to new lows, you should probably just trade another day. Now, look, I think that sounds a lot different than, look, your trade is trash. Why would I tell him to go home? I want him to stay on the stream.
Yeah, we need you guys to hit the like button. Remember?
The way I said it is totally different. But hey, take it how you will.
No, that's thumbs down. You do the thumbs up.
I know I embellished. Yeah. I mean, I know you embellished, which is why I had to set it straight. But at the end of the day, take it how you will. If you're in the chat, I don't think I was offensive, but hey, I could be wrong. If you were offended, I don't think you should be anymore because you made plenty of money. So who cares what I said?
You know why I'm not trading this? Because at the highs, I was also like, I feel like this is going to go to the low of day. After all the bullish trend things in the world happened, and when my brain
actually, a lot of chat did have inklings. And someone said, and this was way before the market started to turn, he said he was getting something like getting the same feelings from yesterday. I forget who it was, but they are a regular in the chat, and I did read that. It's like it's starting to feel like yesterday, and I was like, hey, it's quite a call, but hey, look where we are.
Baby Whale says Stowe is scared of high vol days. No, I'm not scared of them, but I am really bad at switching from vol environments. And not like volatility is fine. I love like this is much better. I'd much rather trade ES than trade NQ, which is what I will do once I watch this day for 2 days. I'll probably get in and start splishing around tomorrow. But I need a second. I need a second. That's it. I just need to pay attention to one so that I can, get the vibe. I'm literally vibe trading. So when it goes from one vibe, like when I go from coffee with my friends to 4 o'clock in the morning at the club, somebody beating me up. I need to have the vibe adjust. So I need to call Top Dog.
The intro is already so crazy. Like you just know, like you can't change a channel. You gotta hear it. You're captivated.
You'll never make it. That was a lie. Got into that accident called Top Dog, and look what happened. You really.
If I hear that, who can hear that and be like, I'm changing channels. Like, no, you hear that, you're like, wait, hold on.
Yeah,
hold on. Everybody stop talking.
It's like, what is happening? I'm so glad you know what it is.
Yes. Okay, chat. Yeah, some people are saying it wasn't sensitive. Some people said it was. At the end of the day, he asked me a question. If you guys want honesty, you'll get it. In my mind, I wasn't telling him like, look, this is the dumbest thing ever. I gave him what I thought of the market.
I didn't know you were being so controversial on here today.
I know, but it's good for the ratings.
That's true. That's true. You turned a deal.
I didn't think I was quote unquote poo-pooing on the trade. He asked me what I thought was a
probability. Are you joining the NWO right now? Are you turning into the bad guy?
The who?
The NWO, isn't that what happened?
Oh. Heel turn.
Heel turn.
Yeah, I think also if you're going to ask me a question, what I think of something and it doesn't align and I think it's really unprobabilistic, and me saying it's unprobabilistic is going to hurt your feelings, you might be actually in the wrong business, let alone what I'm saying. Sounds like a regulator's intro. No, but it's more like personal. It like when you hear that intro, it's like, no, he's definitely speaking to me personally, and I need to hear what he's got to say. Yeah, hold on, let's hear him out.
This dip has produced a 5-minute IFVG. Does it look like a buy or a scalp here? What?
Does it look like a buy or a scalp?
All right, so I imagine that what that means is, so this is just let me
I see try the fair value gap.
Okay.
Thingy.
So I assume it's that we came down here and this was a FVG as we made a new low, and now we're on the other side of it. So you're talking about like 330s is probably the spot to buy the inverse FVG. I don't know.
That's what it looks like.
Okay, cool.
I can see that.
I mean, it depends on what you want to look at. There's lots of different ways to look at the market.
I think he doesn't know that he's asking the wrong people about how to operate.
I would put a little more context into it other than there is an IFVG or an FVG.
Market just looks weak.
I don't know anything about ICT stuff, but I have to imagine that there is some additional context that is used other than this just happened inside of a 5-minute time frame. I'm going to do X. So whatever that other context is. Now, what I would do from the way I look at the market is we spent a ton of time on the other side of the open. We opened at 73.55. We went up and got 7,400. We did all kinds of stuff to the upside, and then we just puked our brains out, and we are systematically selling this thing lower. We're now holding below the RTH open. We're spending time on the other side of the opening range. I don't know. I don't have any way to quantify it, but just like Pax says, if we start spending time on the other side of the opening range, we might be able to go lower. These are days that mess me up, so that's why I'm not in there. We look like we're about to take out the overnight low after we took the high. That's weird. That doesn't usually happen. So, but that's just context that I would use. My personal rule is I can't buy this for a retrace unless we're back above this -1 spot and it stops sloping down. So, but if you have some sort of system, some sort of rule, some sort of way that you figured out, like I win 52% of the time with this specific IFVG setup, then just take it. You got to just take the trade.
It's your job to take the trade. Yep.
No, it's your job to count your blessings and to exist in the world and be nice to other humans as they walk around. That's your actual job.
I don't think that resonates, or that doesn't get into people's minds well enough.
Traders don't. Traders do not like that profession.
Yeah, all you need to know that isn't a thing is just read the comments below and on literally anything.
Yeah, you know what? That is another thing. Anonymity makes people really mean.
Yeah,
you're right.
And that
you never
shows
see
you exactly what humanity actually is.
It's so crazy.
You got
I always read those comments.
Hi, it's me, just here to count my blessings. Have a great day.
Yeah, it's the first comment is just going to be, you guys suck.
Nasty comments. And my first thought always is I bet you're a decent person in the streets. No one's this nasty. Like no one's this mean. It's crazy. Not in public, at least.
This guy says my chart's ugly AF. That's not very nice.
Hey, look.
But that's also fair.
Look.
There's a lot of lines going on there.
If
Yeah,
nothing
I got a lot
else,
of lines.
if nothing else, Stowe is consistent.
Yeah.
Ugly ass charts. Consistency is the key to success in all things.
But you know what's not ugly? Vibe check.
That's true. You're welcome. Thank you. And we can all thank
Yeah,
Leo
depends
for
who you
sending me that
ask.
very
Ah,
nice
just kidding.
color blue.
Yes.
Do you not see what happened after Knicks lose? Lose or win, it's the same thing. Same outcome. They're just really rowdy. Yeah, there's a lot of unfortunate things. Absolutely. Hey Shab, be nice to the boys or else.
Hey Shab.
Hey Shab.
How can you be mean to Stowe? It makes no sense. See, like Nick and I
Oh,
can
yeah, you can be
understand
mean
that.
to me.
I can understand being mean to Nick and I, for sure. But Stowe, you got problems.
I think also what's happening is the lines are there's a lot of lines because we just expanded volatility, but my here's a million lines study that's normally further apart. Like we've been sitting in a 35 point ES range for the last however long, so these lines wouldn't all be crowding in on each other. But as a streamer boy, I'm trying to show you the full picture of the price action, so we've had to zoom in, which brings the lines closer. I don't know. Also, suck a butt. How about that? Make your own chart and look at it.
Language. Whoa.
Yeah. Where did that one come from? But is everyone having fun? Is everyone having a good day?
I'm having a good
Hit
day.
the likes if you're having fun.
Please hit the thumbs up button. We
Where are
appreciate
we
you
at?
all hanging with us.
We actually haven't even
500 likes.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's decent, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
The 5-minute IFVG is now turning into an unfair value gap. Well, all you got to do is then look at the 500 volume FVG, and it is
Who
a
said
very
that? Someone said
happy-
that. Did you
Yes.
make that up right now?
No, someone said it.
That was the funniest.
But yeah, you just got to look
Who
at the
said that?
500 volume IVGs.
So it's a fair value gap, and if it gets inverse, it's inverse fair value gap. But if it goes inverses it again for the third go, it's an unfair value gap. Is that
No,
how
you
it
can't.
works?
You can't triple stamp and double stamp.
When does it become
and
an
Dumber
illegal
taught us that.
value gap? That's actually funny. An unfair value gap. Well, I don't know if you took the long, but I hope you didn't, because in hindsight, not looking good.
I want to go back in time and be that guy who was short from the top tick.
He wasn't the only one either.
That's
Actually.
cool.
There were a few. That's why when it was working, I was like, dude, I hope you guys are getting short. I even asked him, I was like, hey, whoever was asking me about the short, I hope you're literally short. And he's like, absolutely.
I mean, there was
So
definitely
he
a
got
seller
paid.
up there.
Mm-hmm.
I know. You guys
220s.
probably were. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but
I
like,
mean,
I don't
on
know.
ES there was a big guy like absorbing and then pushing back down. But
The
I
only
couldn't.
thing that gave me any inkling of maybe it can rotate all the way back was just how the profile was developing.
Yeah.
But in those moments, we're still just chopping higher and higher and higher. So
Yeah.
for me, it's hard to just assume that we're going to make a new low as we're trading higher and higher. But I mean, people were able to sniff it out. Like I said, one guy was like, oh, it's giving me yesterday vibes. I was getting none of it.
I guess like there's a difference between selling that I feel like I can get on board with and selling that I would probably be taking a long off into or scaling out when I see it show up. And that's like if I was long into that guy, I probably get out of most of my contracts. But I mean, I was watching it. Like, there's no way. I don't have a way to get in because it's. I mean, like you said, we're chopping higher. We're making higher highs. This is an improbable setup. If I take this every time that it appears, I don't think it's ultimately profitable for me. I'd much rather scale out into that guy, and then if he loses, like he probably is, then just put my contracts back on.
Mm-hmm.
If I were long, where would I have came out? I was long in the morning. I went through the whole plan actually. Wanted to see above or below weekly open, and they definitely chose above. I got in on a pullback and targeted 29,100, just right under it. I wanted the 220s, but that did not work out. So I trailed out at some point. Eventually it did hit, but this was pretty much the whole idea in the morning was to see which way the market wants to go from the weekly open. And I got this rebid here. So market opens, chops, pulls up, gets a good opportunity right next to VWAP, and we're running. And then eventually I trail out of my last runner, about 200 something points. So that was literally it. And after that, I literally told chat, I have no idea what's going to happen because it's so choppy and we haven't truly gone anywhere with it. So no idea.
I do like that IB break stat. Ate shit
That
today.
basically 100% stat.
Yeah, that one.
That's how I treat it.
That IB stat that I hate. It totally failed.
How do you
today.
hate it? It's the best stat. It's
No.
favorite
We're talking about
stat.
two different stats. There is this IB stat floating around. I'm glad the IB's kind of fading away a little bit, but
you just jinxed it. It was
it's
getting
fine.
Quiet. There was a couple weeks I hadn't heard anybody
Tomorrow,
else timing the first
Nick
hour
doesn't
of
know
trading
this.
like God's gift to trading, and now you just jinxed it.
Nick
There's
doesn't
going to
know
be
this.
17 more IB courses tomorrow.
Next session, Nick's gonna have to sit there while I talk about how much I love the IB. Wait, what stat are you talking about?
Okay,
not
this
the
is
IB break stat.
This is a nice lesson. We'll do this. We'll do a quick lesson about how to not trade statistical probabilities like they're gospel. All right, there was a stat floating around that drove me completely insane, which was if the IB low is set before the IB high, which is impossible because they're both set at exactly the same time, but that's how this stat is phrased, then the opposite side is going to break first. And this was a really, really stupid stat that was basically just floated around to pile on to the fact that IB high and IB low were trending or whatever, I think. But basically, the idea of this stat is once IB is set, if you're closer to the IB high than the IB low, the IB high is going to break first. And it was like 90% probability.
How is that a stat?
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
How is that a stat?
The IB stuff has done some stuff to my blood pressure for sure.
How do you even quantify that stat?
You don't.
Yeah, you can't make it a true stat. It's not. Bro, that's like saying if you're in a foot race, the guy that's ahead of everyone else is the most likely to win the foot race.
Yes.
No shit.
But anyways, so the IB break stat is very good. It is an extreme probability. But this is a good example of like just because you think that you are 4 points away from something happening, like all right, we put the IB in here, it's at 7405, right? We get back to 7400. And if you're long into this and you're like, okay, I love this IB stat. We're as close to the IB highs we could possibly get. I'm going to get these last 5 points. This is how you explode your account trying to get these last 5 points because it ends up being the IB low that breaks.
I see what you're saying. And yes, I have blown up my account many times. Like we're just, I don't know, we're 10% of the day's range away from the IB break. I'm like, sweet, it's an easy 10%. Bam, my account's gone. I'm like, okay, all right. Yeah, that dude.
I mean, I've been there too. And that's like, you have to divorce yourself from the emotional element of, I want this probability to happen in the way that I want to see it executed. Because probabilities exist completely divorced from space and time. Like, they don't care that there's only 5 points left to make it to break the IB high. Either one can happen. That's what the probability is based on to begin with. But
I've ruined so many prop accounts. My prop graveyard consists of a lot of that.
Yep.
That's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, don't do that, guys. Take it from a guy that's done that. Can't believe someone tried to make that a stat. That's not even real.
Dude,
but the IB break stat, the actual one, dude, that is my favorite stat.
Yep.
It's the best. Second favorite is the overnight stat.
Yep.
But yeah, I do use those in conjunction with trades a lot of the time, especially for runners. Yeah, it's nice. Richard says, I hate when my irritable bowels breaks to the downside. Did you like my stat? What's your stat? I didn't see anything. What's my favorite IB stat? My favorite IB stat is the break. There's like a 150% chance, maybe a 500% chance that the IB will break either side in a session. And I joke, it's not like 100%. It's like 90 something, but it's really good. I don't know what the 25% extension stat is. I know that. What's this?
They love this.
What's going on?
They
here?
love this value gap.
Yep.
They've flipped it fair to unfair many times.
That's like, I just imagine like a business has an open and closed sign, like we are open, we are closed, and they're just flipping it over and over. Fair, unfair, fair, unfair. This value gap is now unfair. Yeah, I mean, someone's mentioned that Trump was speaking, so
isn't he always?
He's talk tape, baby.
That is true. When isn't he talking?
Trump talking will be attacking Iran hard. Okay, like if that's verbatim, that is insane. What year is this? We're gonna attack them so hard.
Yeah, someone needs to take the phone from. Wait, was it a tweet
Someone
or did he
needs to
say it
cut
like
his
on the White House
Wi-Fi.
lawn or something?
Cut the Wi-Fi for a second. Dude, we are in a simulation. See, these moments is when I gotta remind myself, like, dude, you gotta stop caring about money because
Oh my gosh.
we might be living in a simulation. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, but so sometimes I really hate the simulation when it does something ridiculous like that. But then also the simulation has given me the Top Dog Law commercials. So you got to count your simulation.
Well, it's the same
blessings.
thing as freedom of speech. If you want it, you got to live with the good and the bad.
It's true.
Okay, so we heard it here. It was 10:48 when Craig dropped that nugget, and we decided to roll over here. So Trump said that. Let's see how long until the next peace deal is on the table, and we rally again from that because, of course,
you set the timer.
Yeah, the next
So
tweet
it
will
is
be like,
officially-
"Oh, my bad. I just ate a Snickers. I'm different
we're
when I'm
1 minute
hungry."
in. I'll just wait. I'll wait for Tracy or Craig to tell me when the deal allegedly is possibly going to be penciled in to be scheduled to start articulating the framework of said outline of a potential deal. That's how much ambiguity I'm looking for the next one. 8 episodes max? Sure. It's possible.
What, 8 episodes max? What?
Till 8 episodes of NT Live until a new deal.
Oh, I thought he
man,
meant
no.
episodes of the simulation.
I say like 2 max. It could be intraday right now, if not tomorrow. And if it ain't by tomorrow, it'll be by Friday. Peace talk tape is choppy.
Are we still, all this, we're going to bomb Iran hard or whatever he said.
Honestly, I don't think the market would be moving this crazy if he didn't use the word hard.
But I also think the market doesn't care, apparently.
There's a
can't
bunch
even
of
take out
AI
yesterday's
agents currently
lows.
trying to scrape the idea of what hard could possibly be.
Well, look, baby whale. It's like someone said, I think it was Frint. Someone called it the most violent peace deal or the most violent peace talks we've ever seen.
I do also find it interesting. I don't know. this footprint guy. It's good. Hey, congrats on a really good YouTube name. That seems like
What a deal with Iran that's meaningful. We hit Iran hard yesterday. We will hit again today.
I can't.
The only way that the whole thing gets better is if he says so hard. We're gonna attack him so hard.
I retire from being gaslit by these things. I can't read them anymore. My brain's too broken. But I do find it interesting also that a lot of big liquidity shows up in extremely gluey, sticky spots when this happens. Like, I don't know if it just seems like it's happening quicker because the market is moving faster. Maybe that liquidity was always going to execute there, but I mean, the 7320 guy spent a lot of time getting a lot of business done there at the low.
I think like with all the news, if you are an order flow trader, anyone in the chat, you'll see it in the order flow, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to see news and just try to guess how to digest it right away based on the sentiment of the news. You're seeing it on the book in the order flow, right?
Yeah.
No matter what the news was, you're seeing how the market's reacting in real time. So you don't have to concern yourself with guessing how they're going to react and like try to put on a trade because it's positive news or negative news. Look at the book. Look how thin the tape becomes. Look how urgent one side starts to press. If it looks really crazy, just get off. If it looks promising, like it's no different than order flow without news, right? It's just different conditions. Maybe, yeah, like I said, a thinner book, more pace. But the order flow will tell you if the market likes it, you're going to see obviously the increased pace, but a bid that's just taking out every offer that hits the market and vice versa, an offer that.
Well, I think that also what might look like chop isn't necessarily chop. It's just a very illiquid book. But there are big decisions being made in here. Like all day on NQ, there have been lots of decisive amounts of liquidity executed at specific
book
spots.
Is super thin right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
really
so thin.
I mean, the spread is what? We got like 3 points of spread right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're trying to trade this, hate to tell you, you're gambling because there's no information really
Hey
for
guys.
positioning.
Jim,
how's it going?
What up? It's going good. How you doing?
Well, pretty good. Better than the stock index futures.
Mm-hmm.
Although I got some good news.
Okay.
Costco and Netflix are both green.
Nice. Well,
Yep.
Costco, dude, you can't.
Costco's
you can't
not
ever
allowed
keep the
to be
Costco
red.
down.
It's not?
Nope.
No,
it's not.
Jim. Don't think I'm crazy. I'm going to be trading the old Glizzy futures this summer when they release single stock futures on Costco.
Hell yeah.
All
Same.
right. That's fair.
I will be
That's
getting
fair.
live monthly reports from Costco as IRL content, and I will be giving play-by-play of what is happening at a North Texas Costco. I'm going to say Taco Bell for some reason.
Dude,
Very
Nick,
up.
what if we both went to our respective Costco's and did the show one day from the food court eating hot dogs?
I think we should do that. I think that is exactly the type of stuff that we are capable of as whatever kind of weird version of streamers we are these days.
Dude, let's do that. That's cool.
What are we, honestly? Yeah.
I don't know. We're like the anti-influencers of trading at this point.
But also trying to influence, but just
Yes.
not doing a good job.
Go by
I think we're traders LARPing as influencers.
True. That's a good way to put it.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, good job. Anybody still in a position now or no?
No, I didn't take a trade.
Didn't take a trade. What about this afternoon? You're going to be Stowe? You're going to be busy or no?
No, I'm not doing anything. I'm
You're not
going to the
doing
gym.
Yeah.
And I'm going to work on I got some good feedback on Vibe Check, some things that people were like, hey man, this time zone's weird. Lots of little bugs are showing up that I didn't think of. So I'm like, oh hell yeah, fix that. Sounds good. So I've been busy.
Yeah, my vibe check was low today.
I mean, you're always pretty high. Like
Yeah, but
you
it was
don't
in
ever
the
really get in the
70s, and my
60s.
trading reflected that today. So it was, I got to respect. I got to be in the 80s or 90s, man.
Okay.
What were you at today?
I was the 70s. I can't even remember. It was like 70.
So 70s is considered low?
For Jim, it's all relative to yourself.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, I was at
So
74.
everyone's scale is different.
74 is like a solid C, but that's not good enough. I mean,
Yeah,
if
it's
we're
all.
not B minus or better.
So the
forget it.
idea was that if I make all of the weights strict for everybody, but encourage everybody to build their own data around their own inputs, that would allow each person to create their own thresholds for when they should be trading, when they should not be trading. So the trick is to get a couple weeks
Is it
in,
not open to everyone yet?
and then, well, it is, but I haven't tweeted about it yet because I don't
Soft
want
launch.
to. Yeah, soft launch.
Because they're
Well,
asking
in
about
any
it.
event, it's a great
But we
stuff.
gotta go, sorry.
Everybody needs to get the vibe check for sure. It's really helpful. I like it. And you guys did a great job today. Let's give you guys a round of applause, please.
Oh, we got it today.
This afternoon, we're going to see Selma, Jack, and Joey. And we're going to kick it off with Shy afternoon update at 2 o'clock. So having said that, thank you, fellas. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick edge report on the NASDAQ, and we're going to call it lunch.
Sounds good. Thanks, buddies.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Please chat.
All right. Oh, am I sharing? I might not be sharing. Yes, I am sharing. There we go. I'm good. Thank you, Austin. Austin just said I was good, everybody, in case you didn't hear that. Here's the daily candle. We talked about this morning. Let's talk about it again today. A lot of stuff happening here. Pretty nice sell-off, a nice retracement from the all-time highs. And we actually closed 2 sessions ago below the 23.6%. Some would say that's a minor fib. I'm going to say it's an important fib. We closed above it. Didn't get anywhere near the 38. That's kind of number one. Number two, we have this low swing low back on May 19th, and it's at 28,663. We wick through it yesterday. We wick through it today, but buyers, we found buyers down there, right? Look at the big shadows yesterday and today. Those represent buyers pushing us back up. Now, the day is young for sure, and we're still news-driven all over the place. But that so far is pretty good big picture support, 28,663. On the upside, we have this swing high up here, right? The swing high up here, and that's at 29,782. I know it's far away, but what happened yesterday? We wicked through it. We found sellers. We didn't quite get to it the previous session. We found sellers. So there's a sweet spot developing here, potentially for some sideways price action. I don't know. We'll find out on a day-to-day basis. But right now, those are the kind of levels that are kind of big picture important to me. RSI is, not looking so good. We'll see if it continues down to that 30 level or not. This candle here is big time. This Friday's candle, the midpoint is at 29,720. Closes above that, then we're back in business, maybe reaching above that, the first upper standard deviation band of the anchored VWAP. And the VWAP is anchored all the way back here to March 31st. So I'm going to leave that on my chart, and that's going to get me back in bull mode if we can get a close above that. This is a key candle. This is a cornerstone candle, a keystone candle, whatever you want to call it. And the midpoint is really, really important, often called the piercing line. Let's take a look intraday, what's happening here. Volume profile, actually, this is classic NASDAQ volume profile with all, it's really, it's wiry, I'm going to call it. There's a lot of these like volume nodes all over the place, but overall the distribution's not that bad. It's not a perfect Gaussian distribution, but we do have this taper off on prices below value. We do have that taper off on prices above value. And right now we're trying to drive back up kind of to the middle of the playing field right now. We're below that session VWAP right now. We're below that 20 EMA right now, but we're above the 8 the 8 simple. So it looks like buyers are trying to push us back up. I have this May 19th swing low on my chart here just to keep my eye on it. I'll keep that on the intraday chart as well. Now, HVL, high vol level, we're south of that right now, right? So again, negative gamma right now, and that's where it flips, and that's going to be at around, let's just round it up to 29, well, a little less than 29,000 actually. Let's see exactly what it is. 28,975. So let's keep that level as well. It's kind of a pivot level. Things could improve if we get above that. Then we have that call resistance level of 29,000 as well. Again, though, we got to defeat this VWAP. The VWAP, ever since the end of the initial balance, has kind of been in charge, meaning sellers have been in charge right there. Further downside on an intraday chart, there is some stuff. We got that one-day min also to consider at a 78,579, and ultimately that 0 DTE put support at 28,500 could also act like a magnet should sellers regain their footage here on the day. So those are the key levels right now. We're kind of at the bottom part of the US IB right now, and there's a possibility that we could actually start getting there before I'm done with my sentence as this red candle develops. That is Late Morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody I've ever been involved with. Thank you for being here. Have a great lunch. See you soon.